Coordinator for the day. I'm the project manager for Innovation Foundation for Democracy. We'll start with the national anthem. So could we please stand?
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats. On behalf of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, I'd like to invite Dr. Richard Macon, Regional Coordinator, East and Central Africa, to make the welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Since I am coordinator, I don't know how many speeches I have did. It's become as a kind of play, so forgive me. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, experts, dear participants, dear partner of ICG and the partners of the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, dear chairperson of ICG, dear Protest, good morning. At the beginning of last July, the Innovation Foundation for Democracy with his partner, ICG Kenya, officially launched here in Nairobi the activities and program of its Oriental Laboratory. Yesterday was dedicated to the official launch of our lab's second program, Democracy and Digital Innovation, during an inspiring day of work, reflection, and discussion on the impact of technology and digital innovation on building democracy in Africa today. The powerful presentations and enriching discussion demonstrated once again the relevance of this program and our foundation's choice to place training at the head of our programs. Today, we are pleased to welcome you for the launch of this third program, Democracy and Legal Activism. So thanks to all for your presence. The Oriental Laboratory, which welcomes you, this morning covers all East African countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. Under the leadership of the Foundation's Executive Director, Professor Achille Mbembe, the other English-speaking countries, Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, Botswana, South Africa, Liberia, and Sierra Leone will gradually be supported by the labs as part of its activities and programs. It is with this encouraging perspective that we are honored to welcome you this morning for the launch of this program. As you know, the history of Africa is also a history of political struggles and activist projects, fertilized by a rich tradition of gathering and mobilization with a view to social and cultural transformation. This history of resistance to oppression, yesterday external due to colonialization, today internal through the acts of autocrats who bully their people, has favored a tradition of activism. And the advent of form of school of activism, both in rural and urban environments. The social commitment and political participation which will develop in the aftermath of independence with the development of trade union movement, association with a social, cultural, economic, and gradually political vocation, the structuring of the first political parties here and there will promote the initiation to political participation, militant action, and civic responsibility through a plurality of activities as training, empowerment, mobilization, and so on. Today, the field of social commitment has narrowed, the world of activism has transformed, and the cause have evolved. New forms of mobilization are constructed and developed in an usable movement carried by young people, in this case, those under 35, born in the aftermath of 90s, liberalization, new constitutionalism, new political and social contract, economic extroversions. These upheavals did not produce the expected result. As a political level, a procedural democracy has been installed. On the social level, a destructuring of links and relationship of solidarity. On a cultural plan, an exacerbation of community passions and instrumentalization of identities. On the economic level, extroversion of the economic model and policies, the destructuring of productive system, will extractivism, and predation of resources. All of this generating here and there on the continent, exclusion and poverty, and the installation of a civilization of violence. The failure of civil society, amplified by the advent of a new religious, entrepreneurial, charismatic messianism against a backdrop of the explosion of technologies, has accelerated the reconfiguration of spaces, places, and mode of mobilization and protest, complicating activism as it appears today. Africa is in deep crisis. This crisis is also that of democracy, which is a system of social, cultural, economic, and political organization of society today, is rejected in many African countries. We can see what has happened in Central and Eastern Africa. In West Africa, the kind of denial of democracy is some things really relevant. And this rejection of democracy is most often accompanied by the denial of individual freedoms and massive violation of human rights. In such a context, the use of legal activism can be particularly effective in the defense of law, justice, and good governance. It is in this context and in the face of these challenges that we are launching this new program today, Democracy and Legal Activism. Citizens in political society seek way and means to make their voice heard, defend their opinions, preserve their rights and freedoms, demand results from government authorities, and demand accountability from elected politicians. From this perspective, the law is an extremely important tool, and its mastery becomes a powerful asset. Legal activism corresponds to the legal action of citizens put at the service of mobilization for social changes and the progress of the whole society. It is a form of political action that mobilizes the law, its philosophy, its theory, its doctrine, its methods, its approach, and its techniques in support of an activist strategy. The law, therefore, emerges as a crucial issue in the social and political struggle. The law also becomes itself an object of struggle and conquest, a powerful means in the service of political action. Therefore, the one who masters it, the one who knows how to use it, the one who knows how to mobilize it, has a certain advantage in controlling the political space. This is the whole point of this program, which aims to enable African citizens to mobilize law to defend their rights and interests, promote equality of citizens facing the law, rights and power, legal and judicial security, in order to improve governance and strengthen democracy on the continent. In welcoming you once again and thanking everyone for their participation in this important day of reflection, I hope that our young laboratory, with the important partnership of ICG, will continue to benefit from your expertise and support. I wish you a marvelous day and a wonderful working day. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Richard. To make his opening remarks. Karibu, Chair.
Dr. Jean-Marc, Dr. Macon, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's good to be here again, and on behalf of ICJ Kenya, the Council, the entire ICJ Kenya family, I would like to welcome you to the launch of the Democracy and Legal Activism Program by Innovation Foundation for Democracy. ICJ Kenya, which stands for International Commission of Jurists Kenya, was founded in 1959, thus making it one of the oldest civil society organizations in Kenya. And since its inception, ICJ Kenya has been at the forefront of championing for justice and the rule of law. Colonial powers in Africa use the law as a powerful tool of oppression, crafting legal systems to control land, labor, and political dissent. Laws were not a shield for justice, but a sword for conquest, enforcing racial hierarchies and subjugating indigenous populations. This legal framework, which we inherited and was inherited by other post-independent states, often continued to be used to entrench the power of the new ruling elites, suppressing opposition and denying citizens their rights. But throughout this history, a beacon of hope emerged within the legal profession and activist spaces. Brave lawyers and activists rose to challenge, not to tear down the law itself, but to fight for its true purpose, which is justice. They used public interest litigation to challenge unjust laws, defend political prisoners, and led the charge for the monumental legal reforms, culminating in new constitutions that enshrined human rights and the rule of law. This relentless struggle shows that the law can be a force for liberation and that the fight for justice is never truly over. ICJ Kenya has been a leading voice in public interest litigation, especially in the post-2010 constitutional era. Our work has focused on defending constitutionalism, human rights, and democratic principles against executive overreach and emerging legal challenges. Notably, we have been involved in matters touching on electoral justice, police accountability, and security sector reforms, upholding judicial independence and accountability, to name but a few. Strategic partnerships and coalitions are at the heart of our work. ICJ Kenya is a key member of the Police Reform Working Group, a coalition of civil society organizations dedicated to professional, accountable, and human rights compliant policing. This partnership allows ICJ Kenya to move beyond courtroom litigation and engage directly in advocacy and public campaigns. Furthermore, ICJ Kenya is also a founding member of the Missing Voices Coalition, a powerful alliance focused on ending extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances in Kenya. This partnership is crucial for several reasons. Missing Voices meticulously documents and verifies data on police killings and disappearances, providing credible evidence for advocacy and legal action. ICJ Kenya uses this data to inform their public interest litigation, pushing for legal reforms and holding individual officers and the state accountable. We applaud the Innovation Foundation for Democracy for the launch of the Legal Activism program. The partnership between Innovation Foundation for Democracy and ICJ Kenya will truly make the program a success. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions and training.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Chair. And we are honored to have Dr. Jean-Marc Segun, Director of Operations and Programming for the Innovation Foundation for Democracy. He's also representing our Director General, Professor Achille Mbembe, who is not with us today, but I'm sure when you see Jean-Marc, you see the professor. So you're most welcome, Jean-Marc, to make your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you to my sister, Sheptun. Dear Protas, Chairman of ICG, dear colleagues of ICG Kenya, dear colleague of Innovation Foundation for Democracy, dear ladies and gentlemen, Jumbo. On behalf of Professor Ashfid Bembe, General Director of Innovation Foundation for Democracy, I would like to convey the thanks and the gratitude and extend his encouragement and thanks to entire team of ICG Kenya, to our partners who have been with us since the official launch of our laboratory in East Africa. Please let me remind you that the Innovation Foundation for Democracy is a Pan-African organization with 5 regional offices called laboratory, including 1 headquarter in South Africa, one of which is the Eastern Laboratory that is hosting us today and is hosted by ICG Kenya. The foundation has several programs on the continent, including teaching democracy in Africa, in university and high school, in gender strategy that implemented with various activities, including capacity building of women on political leadership, women's camps. We also have some program regarding the finance of several NGOs in Africa. We have also some program regarding extensive ethnographic research on democracy in Africa. We have just completed the opening of our last laboratory on the continent in East Africa and Portuguese-speaking Africa country. And the foundation now covers the entire African continent. The foundation is convinced that training is the best means to protect human rights. The issue of human rights is challenged even the democratic state. In time of peace or in time of war, the challenge of protection of human rights require that training and documentation. The top management of foundation hope that this program on democracy and legal activism will allow us to think on the development of the new approach and method of protection of human rights on the field. I would like to wish you an excellent day of reflection. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Marc, and welcome to our guests. So, as mentioned earlier, my name is Cheptum Toretich. I am the project manager for the Innovation Foundation for Democracy. And one of the key outcomes of the Democracy and Legal Activism program is to train and build capacity of young activists and young people in the field of legal activism. So the purpose of the legal activism program is to transform the society through the law. And one of the ways we're going to do this is through the development of a training manual. And we endeavored to recruit consultants to develop this training manual. And I'd like to briefly introduce these consultants. This is Virginia Nelda and James. Could you kindly stand? These two are seasoned legal professionals. I'll start with Virginia. Virginia has over 10 years experience, and she's a barrister and solicitor of law. She currently practices in Mombasa, Kenya. We also have James. James has over 10 years experience as well in legal reform and advocacy. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and he currently practices in Nairobi, Kenya. They'll be developing the training manual, and the unique thing about the manual is that it has both a digital and in-person focus. And the key objectives are to create a manual that enhances the understanding of democracy and legal activism in Kenya. That's a primary purpose. You can have your seats. Thank you. And so far, we have about 10, 12 participants who will be undertaking the training. And the participants come from all over East Africa. So we have participants from Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda. I believe that they have joined us online. Is that true, media? Yes, we have our participants online. So to our participants who are in the room, could you kindly stand if you'll be participating in the training? Remember, I have all your names. Perhaps they're feeling shy, but we have participants from Kenya who will be participating. So the training manual will be both online and in person. It'll be 4 online sessions, as well as an in-person training bootcamp for about 3 to 4 days. It's a fully funded training model, which will be conducted by experts from the region. That's generally all for now. And to the participants, more information will be given to you on email on the next steps. So it's currently 10:05, and I'd like us to take a group photo. The group photo will be coordinated by our media team. Anderson, that is Anderson. Anderson, wave, he's at the door. He's a bit shy. Anderson will be the one coordinating the photography session. We'll be having it at the terrace. The terrace is on your right. So the far right, we'll go outside to take the photos. He holds a PhD from the University of Witwatersrand. MJ, did I pronounce that correctly? Yes. So Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, where he was also a research fellow between 2003 and 2007. He describes himself as a storyteller, and his particular interest, in his own words, is he's interested in the way the young people think and in what young people do. Please welcome Professor Tom Odhiambo, who will make his keynote remarks.
Yeah, I stopped using them the days of COVID. You know, they used to do tss. So, because I can talk quite loudly. I'm a teacher by training. And the first time I spoke in front of people was in the year of the Lord, 1976. Yes, those were my classmates. We weren't admitted to class 1 because they used to do this. And if your hand did not touch the ear, you just hung around the school and played until the day your hand touched the ear, and then you'd be admitted to grade 1. The colonialists were strange people, but they're also interesting people because they were measuring whether your limbs have grown. So in many ways, I have a text here that I could just read and bore you, but largely I teach by anecdotes, okay? And the only reason I came here is that I ignored the topic I was asked to speak on, I said, I'm going to tell stories. Then when I sat there, I said, no, these are very honored people. Say a little bit of what you are sent, you are asked to speak on, and then provoke them into a conversation. So yes, my name is Tom Odhiambo. I teach literature at the University of Nairobi. I'm mostly a journalist. I've practiced journalism in Kenya, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Uganda, meaning I've written for publications from those places for the past 26 years. Yes, I studied at WITS. I did my master's in African literature, specifically African literature, and my PhD in African literature in the Department of Literature at the University of Witwatersrand. And I graduated with my Bachelor's of Education in Literature and English Language and Linguistics at Moi University. Then Moi University was in the bush. So if I lose you in terms of accent, just accept that, you know, we picked this language. It's not ours. We make an effort. I'm going to make an effort to study French. The next time we meet, I actually studied French up to Form 2 at high school. And then, this is the anecdote, the first one. And then Mr. Walala, the teacher, walked into class. It is 2 p.m. You've just, how many here know Githeri? Githeri. So you've just taken Githeri and porridge. So the stomach is really trying to grind this, right? What happens naturally? You start dozing, right? And the next thing I heard was a terrible slap on my left-hand side, and I dropped French in Form 2, and I took on economics. So my other little hobby is economics. So I was asked, I feel honored to be in this space for 2 reasons. I think this is the third kind of public delivery I'm making this year. And I hope I won't annoy anybody, because the last 2 I did annoy a few people. And I always ask people, why would you wake up at 6 in the morning to go sit in a room and not get annoyed? Because if you wanted to be happy, just sleep. So the first reason I'm happy to be here is that I'm going to annoy some of you. Have something. I have a philosophy that if you love me passionately. If you hate me passionately. So that you have something to hold on to. If you hate somebody, hate them passionately. When you wake up in the morning, there's something to look forward to. If you love somebody, love them passionately, so that there's something to look forward to. In my culture, if I love you so passionately, when you die, I come to claim your clothes. The other reason I'm very happy to be here is because there are 2 organizations that I've related to very closely. So I taught at Strathmore University for quite a number of years. In fact, I always say I'm proud that I was the 2nd recipient of the last lecture award at the Strathmore University, which was always given by the graduating class to a little bag of a lecturer who left a most lasting impression on them. And the second one is that Achille Mbembe, somebody I worked with for 3.5 years. Him and the wife, Sarah Natal, were my mentors as a researcher at WITS Institute for Social and Economic Research. So I was telling Troy Teach that there is an argument we always had with Achille, and which is where I will begin my presentation. Achille always argued in all the meetings we had, and we used to have extremely free-flowing meetings. He said, for as long as Africans don't produce their own archives, they don't have a foundational story. They don't have a foundational myth to make across the board, whether it's in biology, whether it's in chemistry, whether it's in economics, whether it's in law, whether it's in literature. You must have an archive. Okay? And one of the ways to think about that is to think about this project of democracy and legal activism. So I was asked to talk about citizen participation and social activism in the construction of a substantive democracy. And I decided that a subtitle that I would have for that, I interpreted this as somebody who teaches literature, somebody who is interested in culture, and absolutely interested in young people, the youth, because I'm a teacher. And I kind of thought through this, and I call my presentation, Tell and live the story. Tell and live the story. Tell the story, but also live it. Okay? Why? Because it's my conviction, these are my thoughts, that what we call democracy is a story with a plot that is traceable throughout the lives of those who dream of it as the most desirable set of political arrangements and relations. That's my conviction. All citizens should be actors in the plot of democratic politics and governance. But like all dramas, democracy has its subplots, its lead and support characters, evil contesting with good, sometimes a confusing language and style, but still a drama from which lifelong lessons can be learned. As a trained literary critic, I always make an argument. I sit in seminars like this, and people start talking about concepts, and they don't bother to define them. They just assume that spiritually you will understand what they are. And so the title, if you check the title of my presentation, what I was asked to talk about, there is a word citizen. What is it? What is citizen? What is citizenship? Who is a citizen? Who is included in the category of citizen? Who is excluded? What makes one a citizen? Is it birthright? Is it the law? Is it a claim made, or is it the life one leads? Yeah, just consider that today one can buy citizenship just by having enough money to invest in a country. Is citizenship important, and why? Okay, there are many countries in the world that say, if you have $1 million US, we welcome you to our country and we'll give you a free passport. It's not free, you're buying it. But if you are in an African country, if you're contesting elections in Ivory Coast, they will ask you to prove that you are a citizen of Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire, okay? If you are contesting elections in Burundi, they have just been doing local council elections. They elect village heads, okay? They will contest whether you actually belong to that village. Yesterday in the morning, I was discussing with my cousin a case of a young man who is living in a village where the grandmother was born, but the mother was impregnated by somebody from a different village. The young man, the local chief said they would not endorse that young man's application for an ID. That's interesting. So think about your citizenship. I was in Arusha the other day and I was asking, where is the no man's land? If the government wants to be cheeky, they just take you up to the no man's land and they dump you there. Would you claim that as your own country? Because if you claim it as your own country, you still have to leave. The second category here was participation. What is it? What type of participation? Participation in the life of one's community, be it economic, social, spiritual, cultural, or political, is relative. Your presence in this room is relative. You are invitees. There's somebody out there who will ask you, what's going on in here? Can I join? And you're likely to say, no. Here, we're only invited. Okay, there are people you are tweeting, putting up this stuff on Facebook. They're saying, where are you? Radisson Blu. Your participation here is conditional. Or, to bring it much closer home, consider that you have neighbors who think that the only collective civic duty they have is to pay the service charges in their neighborhood. And that's it. The kind of guys who make statements like, politics is not for me. You people who like making noises, you can go to the meeting. But they will complain when there's no water, the trash is not collected, and there is insecurity. So participation is as important as that claim to citizenship. For you to claim belonging, you must participate in the rituals of everyday life that would qualify you to belong as a citizen. Social activism, what is it? What prompts it? Under what conditions is it possible? Why would you be bothered to leave the comfort of your house to demand that the local authorities enforce neighborhood regulations that ban keeping of animals, for instance? I'm always bothered that on Sundays I have to wake up early because the local church is about 50 meters away. nice, suited, sweet-smelling citizens of Nairobi are playing music. And I have to wake up. And I've been wondering, can I go to them and say they are making a lot of noises to me? Sunday is when I want to sleep. And if they argue with me, I'll say I go to church on Saturday and don't disturb them. So what's social activism? What would provoke you? I used to have a running joke in South Africa. Every time somebody wanted to pull me out of my house on Saturday, I would say, no, I'm watching Super 14. Those days, Super Rugby was 14 teams. And I would want to watch. And one evening, I'm watching Super Rugby, and I get a call from the university, go to SABC TV station. You are an employee of the university 24/7. So I realized that there are social contracts that I entered into that are not necessarily ones that I signed up for. So if you decide to be a social activist, that contract, there's nowhere you sign. But mentally, psychologically, you realize that what you are involved in is something to secure your own welfare. Substantive democracy. I thought this one is a little bit tricky because substantive democracy is technically an ideal. The lawyers in this room, the sociologists, the political scientists know that it's nearly impossible to achieve substantive democracy. But that's exactly why we're in this room. Because we all live under nominal democracy. That's what we're living under. If you've ever applied for bursary, if you're in this room, I see a lot of young people, and you've ever applied for bursary and you've been denied, if you go to the MP, they'll say, there was 1,000 people, they applied, we reduced them to 999. You were excluded, not because you are too dark or you are not bright, but that's the number of scholarships that are available. And you ask them, why don't you divide it up so that it's 1,000? They say it's democracy. And it is. It kind of appears like democracy. Have you ever thought about how when there's a death in the next home, you say, Lord, thank you very much. It's not in our home. Have you ever thought about it? That is nominal democracy. Because if we had substantive democracy, the angel of death should visit equally, right? What do you think? What do you think? You think so? Okay, thank you very much. Now, the other thing that I thought that we should think a little bit about here is I'm always worried. So there's the definition that you need to define these concepts. Defining these concepts starts to give you parameters. You know, how far can you go with it? How near should you stay? You know, it's like swimming in the Indian Ocean. One moment, you can walk into the ocean, 50 meters. The next moment, the ocean has just returned, and it's chasing you away. So how far can you go, or how near? How far can you go from the beach, or how near should you stay in the beach? But one of the things that disturbs me, again, for those of us who do social activism, is that, again, we've lost the capacity to discover the foundational arguments of that which we're engaged in. In the old linguistics classrooms, anthropology, philosophy, they used to call it etymology. Where did this thing come from? Things don't just fall from the sky unless you are an evangelist. I can see evangelists here. Brother, sister, raise your hand if you're an evangelist. There we go. You know, things can fall from the sky. Okay? And if they fall from the sky, you say, what, Lord, thank you for seeing me amongst all these lazy buggers who don't pray every day. I see you don't pray, brother. That's why nothing has ever fallen. Etymology is important. Etymology, I think, is important. I think we have to start to seriously, sometimes when we engage with those we are contesting their arguments, the reason they win easily is that even though their argument is evil, okay, is unjust, they can exactly justify to you where it comes from. Anarchists will tell you where their argument comes from. If you start talking about fairness, they ask you on what basis, and then start mumbling. And I thought that one of the things you want to do in this project is also spend a little bit of time just thinking through. So what is the etymology of our problematic? What is it? Are we talking about a deficit in democracy? Because if you have if you're going to say it's a democracy laboratory, Laboratories are about finding out that which is missing. Okay? There's a foundational argument in philosophy that there is no problem or question that is posed without an imagined answer. And everybody who gets into a laboratory presumes, they make a hypothesis that probably this is what's going to be an answer. The reason I think natural scientists are superior to us, those of us who trade in politics, sociology, law, etc., because natural scientists take it for granted, actually, that when they fail in an experiment is the beginning of another experiment. In fact, they write an entire report and list everything they've done and say, I probably failed to attain the results because I mixed these ingredients at the wrong temperature, or I never imagined. That's where they beat us. They keep on chasing. So if you look at etymology, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a deficit in democracy, which demands intervention by citizens? Are we talking about an attack on democracy, which demands defense from the citizens? Are we talking about the erosion of the principles of the Constitution, for example, which means we must reiterate those principles all the time, every day, everywhere, okay? Can I ask a silly question? How many of you, if you are Kenyan, how many of you are carrying the Kenyan Constitution? I have mine in the bag. How many? Raise your hand. You, how many? It's a small document. How many of you are carrying the physical one? Usiniambie ile ya simu. Don't tell me the one on the phone. The one on the phone is the moment when you want to open it that the battery dies, right? We should ask Toroitich, and we should ask the Democracy Lab founders, what factors predispose the undertaking of a project such as democracy and legal activism? You know why this is important? Because some years back, I was involved in the registration of the Human Rights Watch office in Nairobi. And you'll be shocked how silly the questions are. Somebody will just ask you, so why do you think it's necessary? You think it's obvious, isn't it? No, it's not. It's an etymological question. What sometimes people say a justification. No, it's a foundational question. Do you understand what you are getting in? And then lastly, because I am here, I want to say, what sets of relationships are we hoping will emerge in the course of or at the end of the project? Because the problem with projects is they come to an end. Consider that although the subject here is legal activism and democracy, the interested parties are as many as the entire congregation. Okay? And that's why evangelists are very successful. When you go to an evangelical session, they say, each one of you has their own spiritual connection with the Lord. That's exactly the principle for me. An etymological question. It's a foundational question. Now, I wanted to read stuff here. Let me read one paragraph and then I'll go to what I think is the exercise we need to be involved in. Where do we begin such a discussion as today's? Where do we begin? Do we just sit in a room and say there's a problem? Can we even agree that there's a problem? Can we? Because there are people in this room who are in this room, but when they leave, this is what they're going to say. Haven't we heard this story before? That's exactly the point. The story you heard before must be retold. Otherwise, life would become extremely boring. And if you doubt me, go look for a passport, travel to any European airport, and go to the bookshop section. You will find thousands of romance novels. Thousands. Everybody has a romance story to tell. Do you know everybody in this room thinks that they understand love until their story falls apart? But they forget how they got in love. When you get in love, you make a silly statement. You say, I have fallen in love. Can you imagine? That's what you say. Is that what you said? How can you fall and hope to remain stable? You have fallen, right? So if you fall, you must pick yourself up. unless you've reached 65 plus, when it's very difficult to rise up. So, but even if we presume that there's no common agreement on the problem, we would still have a problem. This is the beauty of philosophy. That if we agree that there's no common framing and understanding of a problem, we've introduced a new problem for the guy. So do we all agree? The French framing of democracy, is it the same as Anglo-Saxon framing of democracy? And the Anglo-Saxon framing of democracy in Britain, Ireland, is it the same as American? Is that the way the Chinese understand democracy? Is it the way the Japanese understand it? Okay, no, it's not. For your information, in many schools in Japan, the students and the teachers sweep their classes. I think it's a fairly democratic principle of hygiene, cleanliness, and taking care of your environment. If you tried it here in Kenya, you would have a strike. Okay, because somebody told them that you don't need to clean your classroom, somebody else will clean. But I used to clean my classrooms when I was in primary school and high school. So the foundational problem of substantive democracy, should we all agree that it's worth having, is that all and sundry need to agree on almost, beg your pardon, need to agree on almost, if not all, laws or policies or actions that may affect the lives of the society. So you have a problem that we all need to agree. If one person disagrees, we got to find a way of resolving their crisis. And the only reason there is law, in my opinion, actually the only reason lawyers exist, is to disagree about the principles of law. There's no any other reason. There isn't. We can discuss that at lunch if you see me. Okay? The presumption that the interests of all members of the concerned society need to be taken care of if you are to enjoy substantive democracy is in itself a foundational problem in the society today. So your child can say, I don't feel like going to school today, and that's my right. I just don't feel. And a neighbor will tell you there's a reason the child doesn't feel like going to school. Probably there's a condition. And I bet you a doctor will produce evidence that there was a condition. When I was growing up, my mother would just kick you out of the house. And she would follow it up with the argument, when wives are asking their husbands why they didn't go to school, don't mention me. So philosophers would probably spend all day, all week, all month, all year round proposing and counter-proposing what could nearly be the basic characteristics of substantive democracy. We can discuss that for a whole week, right? They could probably suggest that for as long as we have what is perceptibly an acceptable degree of democracy, then we should define a formula of formulas. We should find a formula of formulas to sustain and guarantee it. I guess lawyers in this room would simply say, let us have laws and regulations that will sustain the democracy. I suppose that's how we have the Constitution in a modern nation state, because the Constitution gives the lie that it's possible to satisfy the expectations of all of us to live in the society. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I wanted us to discuss today. And what I've done is I have quoted the preamble to the Constitution of Kenya, and I want to use that as a discussion point before I conclude my presentation. So let me just read to you the preamble and listen carefully, okay? And make notes, don't take notes. I hope we agree. Make notes where necessary, don't take notes. Don't tell me you said. Be a judge and decide for you. This is what the preamble to the Constitution says. We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggle to bring freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity, as one indivisible nation, respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance of our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, adopt, enact, and give the constitution to ourselves and future generations. God bless Kenya. I'm going to put the mic down, and I'm going to become a teacher now. If you're in this room and you took tea and the mandazi, you'll pay. I'm going to ask you questions because this is interesting. Everything you want to think about in terms of how I started off and saying, if we talk about substantive democracy, we got to think about how we constitute ourselves so that every person's needs are taken care of. This constitution claims that there is that possibility. So let's just have a discussion here. What do you think is a problem with this preamble? What do you think? It's a free flowing, feel free to say something. We're not going to judge you, laugh at you. If we laugh, we'll just be happy that you spoke. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think is a problem with this preamble, or what do you think is the problem? Yes, there's a hand here.
It recognizes
So you-
aspirations as fact.
So you probably want to say your name so that the rest can. Yeah,
Sorry. I'm Virginia Nelder. I'm a human rights lawyer and consultant. And I think the problem, I don't know if I would call it, anyway, it is a problem, I suppose, is that the preamble, in my opinion, recognizes aspirations, what we want for Kenya, as existing truth.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Amosera, for preamble of Kenya, I think it gives us hope that we as a Kenyans, we are free and we're supposed to be free and like a ground level for all Kenyans, or if you are in a Kenya, you are a safe space. I'm thinking like that.
Thank you. Somebody else? There's enough lawyers in the room, honestly. If the rest of us don't want to. Yes, Doris.
My name is Val. The preamble is not secular, so some people in a democratic society might have an issue with that. Thank you.
Yes, there's a hand there.
I think the preamble doesn't speak the language of the people. So it's written in English, and we, the people, are from various regions, various cultures, and speak different languages. And I'm borrowing some ideas because yesterday there was a launch of the preamble of the Constitution in, I think, all the languages in the country, including Sheng from various neighborhoods in Nairobi. So the language of the people.
Thank you. Somebody else? By the way, good people carry this thing because it's not just the lawyers who refer to it. Traffic police officers, churchmen when they want to extract money from you, girlfriends, they have a right of existence, you know. I have a right to live, okay? matatu drivers. Yes? Anybody else? Yes, there's a hand there.
I think the preamble, as we have read it, it is very ni stories za jaba. It's not actually being done, it's just a statement. Thank you.
Okay, mmesikia ni stories za jaba? Ya jamaa naropoka tu. Okay? You know we have a lot of minutes to discuss this, because again, I'm going to the next question after I've just spoken a little bit. Yes, there's a hand there. The gentleman in a tie, you know, we still have the British around here, you know. So it's, yes, sir.
Oh, all right. It's because I thought there was someone over there.
I can proceed before you. I'm Cynthia.
Yes.
So for me, I think the preamble basically refers to a certain group of people, because these ideals don't fit with everyone. So when you're talking about belief in God, we have atheists, we have people who have the whole idea of God as someone at, you know, Kirinyaga, Mount Kirinyaga. Some people from the lake, you know, there are so many definitions, and I think we are trying to put all of us to assume one thing, that
so
we all believe in a certain God, we all believe in integrity and, you know, upholding certain things, yet in reality, we see that we are very different.
So if they had said something like in a supreme deity,
maybe it would make sense for certain people in a supreme being, because God, okay, it's going to be a long debate.
There's a hand there then. Well, there's a gentleman there, yes.
All right, I think there's an over-romanticization of the people. You can hear the Constitution, the preamble talk about we, the people. And when it does that, it assumes that the Kenyan people are united. Yet very well we know that we are divided on ethnic lines. And just recently with the uprising of the Gen Z generation, now we are divided on generational lines, and we're also divided on class lines. So there is an over-romanticization of the people.
Like when you see me, you are afraid with my white hair. Okay. There's a hand there, then a hand here. Yes.
For my case, I think it's very idealistic. It tries to, you know, propose that element of substantive democracy, but in reality, it's the opposite. We are still dealing with nominal democracy, corruption, unfair electoral process, extrajudicial killings, no enforceability. And also there comes instances where we struggle with, is there any interpretative role that it plays in the shaping of our, you know,
everyday life,
even court decisions. And I think it differs somehow with the other progressive constitutions. For instance, I think it could be the South African constitution, if I'm not wrong. So such things, I think there was no proper polishing and mainstreaming it into an enforceable tool in the whole context of interpretation of the 2010 Constitution of Kenya. Thank you.
And I just prefer to call it the Constitution of Kenya. It's not 2010, but I don't know where they came with 20, because it's the only constitution. There's no any other. Yes, there's a hand here, there's a hand there. The T worked. The T worked. The T worked. It always works. Okay?
So, Jewel here, my thoughts on it is that it's a very historic document. It looks at our history as a country, but it does not look at possible changes which might occur with time and the evolving of the people with time also. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Maxine Gomo. I am not Kenyan. I'm Zimbabwean and trained in South Africa. So I like what you mentioned about the South African Constitution being different. It actually isn't very different. The wording is very similar as well. It's just that the Kenyan Constitution is very light and short. Our preamble is quite long. but it has the exact same features, the exact same wording, the exact same thing. We reference God a lot in all our different languages as well, even in the Zimbabwean constitution. But my point was, when it comes to preambles of any sort of document, I think it serves to bring light to the intentions, the goals, values, and principles of the document. So the preamble should just literally give you an idea of what the document represents. Not that we should find errors in the preamble. It's just it's just like an overview, a summary of what we're meant to be doing and what it represents. So this preamble, like many preambles and many constitutions, it's an opening to what Kenya serves and wants to become. Yeah, that's what I had to offer.
Okay, last two comments, because there's another cycle of yes there, and then the last one there. Oh, okay. Let's have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, you'll speak. There's another cycle. Yes. I want as many people as possible to speak so that the laboratory owners understand that there is a big problem. So how they start cutting into consumable chunks. Yes.
Well, I'm Samantha, and I'm from Uganda. I'm a lawyer from Uganda. And honestly, when I read your preamble, it speaks to the identity of Kenyans. It speaks to your roots, the things that make Kenyans Kenyans. It speaks of unity in diversity. And the line that I like the most is proud of our ethnic, culture, and religious diversity. That it speaks to who Kenyans are. And it shows that it's not a one-person thing. It starts with we, the people of Kenya. Like, it's not a one person, it's not Ruto, it's all of us Kenyans. This is the body that is, it's uniting you, and then it's bringing out your roots, where you come from, the things you value the most, the environment. It talks of your environment being your heritage, and then it recognizes the values like human rights, equality, freedom, democracy. Now, I know you guys may argue about this, but the wording in this constitution brings out your identity, your originality, the authenticity, and the things that speak about your roots. So it may not be practical, as we see things going on, but the wording is,
beautiful.
Guys,
it's beautiful.
It's strength, it's unity in diversity. I think it is just our responsibility to uphold this.
Let's clap for sister here. Let's clap for her. You know the beauty of these kinds of conversations is that you get 10 dissenters and then you get one person who restores the faith. Says, put back the photo. Put back the photo. I want to see the legs, okay? Yes, sir.
My name is James. I think it is very difficult to capture the aspirations because the Constitution is a social contract. It's very difficult to capture the aspiration, the needs, the thoughts of an entire mass into one document. So whereas we wrote a preamble, the preamble might not work for 5% of us. It might not apply for the 5% that don't believe in God, or the 20 or the 30 or whatever number, but it works for the 70%. So when you're looking at the preamble, you look at it in terms of it applies to the majority.
Majority. Who has ever heard the phrase, don't judge a book by its cover? Because almost 90% of books are judged by their what? Cover. Now we've had a terrifying phrase, the majority. Who was next? There were two hands there. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
You are?
My name is Anthony Meyer.
Umekunywa chai?
Nimekunywa chai.
Sawa, baba.
Yeah, so for me, the preamble is fine. Of course, considering everyone's opinion, everyone's in the house opinions. And for me, I'll just refer the preamble directly to Article 1 of the Constitution, which speaks of the sovereignty, that speaks of all sovereign power belonging to the people. And drawing it back now to the preamble says, we, the people, And now that's where my question is. When you say we the people, which people are we talking about? Who are the people? Because the Constitution has, at some time, or it has been hijacked by a certain group of people. So are these people the ones who are defining themselves as we the people? Or is it collective as Kenyans? When we say we the people, now we are talking about Kenyans and not this group of people who now call themselves we the people.
Thank you so much.
My name is Janet Sankale. My comments actually, I'll just add to my sister from Uganda and just the previous speaker who have said that about the sovereignty. So I'll say that our preamble is a bit, I'll call it, there's a lot of vagueness and ambiguity. So we say our like belongs to the people, we the people, but I think it applies to different class of people, political class, depending on which class you are. The preamble reflects to different class of people, not all people. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone who spoke this first round. Let's clap for ourselves. The only reason I'm asking you to clap is so that blood can flow through your fingers. Okay. Listen, this is very interesting. All these arguments have a reason to exist. And this is the classical problem of substantive democracy. It is the classical problem. In fact, it just presupposes that the democracy lab has a major problem on its hands. That's how you justify a project. You say it's so major, it must be undertaken at all costs. And I'll just pick one thing. When you say the preamble is short and it sets out what we should look forward to in the rest of the Constitution, you're forgetting very, very many principles. Very, very many principles by which you live every day. When you walk downtown, you go to buy oranges in Nairobi. Do you know that the most glittering oranges have been wiped with a napkin that has Elianto oil on it? Did you know that? No, you didn't. And that's how you judge that these are better oranges than these ones. Do you know that almost 90% of women say, you know, this guy didn't impress me. And if he's not working on day one, it's not going to work. Okay? Do you know that when a teacher walks into class, you can feel, if you are a student in the class, you can feel that it's going to go wrong today. Okay? So the preamble is important. And just that claim that we, the people, let me ask you, how far are we from Daystar University? If you're a Kenyan, how far? A main campus. Yeah, I only know the main campus. Don't talk, I don't know the river one because hyenas are there. So that's why you always go in a bus. Now, just behind Daystar University, there's a community there that comes from Southern Africa that when this constitution was, let me use a bad word Kenyans love, promulgated. I have no idea where that word came from, like gubernatorial. Allah? When this constitution was promulgated, these individuals were living in Kenya, but they were not recognized as Kenyans. I challenge the lawyers here who do research. Can you go and find out if that group gave a memorandum to the committee that was constituting the constitution? Find out. This is important. Because a few years later, that community was given citizenship. So I hear. Okay? How many of you know Joe Hamisi, the former member of parliament for? Hello? For? Don't ask me, I'm the one asking. The former member of parliament for? Baharini. Right? You guys know that ancestrally he comes from Malawi. And you guys know that for many, many years, his people could not be registered as Kenya. So when you start saying we, the people, who is we, the people? If you can't provide this constitution, first of all, in the language that my mother raised me in, the Luo, although there's a language I could speak at some point, Marachi, although there's a language that is spoken in my house, Gikuyu, although there's a language that I've always aspired to speak, Ekegusi, then how does we the people come in, as she has pointed out? Because if I give you this constitution and you can only speak Atesot, how do you understand that this constitution binds you to decisions made in Nairobi? And that's why I say, as the first person to comment on the document said, it expresses aspirations as facts. And my first argument, just the first line I wrote after the quoting it, say, it's not difficult to see the aspirational impulse in this document, whose authors imagined would bind all Kenyans to the sustenance of the ideal of a nation state. If you're in this room, have you ever heard a phrase like Pwani si Kenya? Have you ever heard it? Do you guys know that there is a strip up in Turkana that is claimed, a Kenya, part of Kenya that is claimed by South Sudan? Do you guys know that? Do you know that? Claimed. Actually, South Sudanese soldiers are there, but on the map is Kenya. Do you guys know there's another strip up now on top bordering Ethiopia that actually is claimed by an Ethiopian community? So when you start to claim Kenyanness, and you start to claim, if you are in that place, in that particular point, and the South Sudanese soldiers attack you, or the militias from Ethiopia, you do not feel the sense and the tense and the aspirations of a substantive democracy that this constitution starts to introduce. And the preamble is important. You know why it's important? Because everywhere I go, people just love quoting it. Even people who have never read it, quote it. As it is said in the beginning of our constitution, that's what they say. So I say, the dream of the constitution is that every Kenyan born in the country is a shareholder in the successes and the failures, if you like, or let me use a phrase that has been in vogue in the recent past. Are you a shareholder? By the way, the phrase shareholder is not new. Equity Bank actually initiated it some times back when it used the phrase member. Do you remember? Are you a member? Do you feel strongly that are you a member? One of the stupid responses I give when people ask me, I say, oh, I hold a Kenyan ID and a Kenyan passport. So on that basis, maybe. You understand? But so my argument is to say, and I want us to discuss that a few minutes from now, indeed, we can conclusively argue that every instance of social activism, you know, all these comments are classic examples of social activism. That you have made a choice to speak your mind in public, okay? That social activism is a moment of demanding respect for one's shares in the enterprise called Kenya. Yet, with all its dreams of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law, isn't it that social activism is necessary and thrives precisely because these constitutive elements of the covenant of coexistence are always being eroded by an individual, institutions, or communities? That's what Gen Z was all about. Hello, Gen Zs in the room? Let me tell you how it's very easy for what you claim to be your rights to be eroded. If you are here, if you're in this room, and I hear you are all tech savvy, get all the Kenyan newspapers, Taifa Leo, Nation, Standard, The People Daily, Business Daily, and The People Daily, Standard, Nation, Taifa Leo, Citizen. Just Google them and search if any one of those newspapers use the phrase Gen Z today. Just to see how easy it is that you think that the newspapers are a bold representation of the aspirations of everyone, right? That they can easily erase you. Find out. Find out. Google all these newspapers just to start to think about the idea that Gen Z was the word on everyone's mouth. It was in all medias, all forms of media for almost 2 years, right? From last year into this year. Check. If you find Gen Z Nation or Standard or the People Daily or Business Daily or Taifa, tell me. I still have about 15 minutes also to speak. Just find out that it's very easy for what you think is a democratic ideal. And media claims, I think they claim like they are the voice of the people, right? Find out if you exist on those pages. And that's why I say that social activism is necessary and thrives precisely because these constitutive elements that the preamble gives us, which you said are beautiful, always are subject to the likelihood of erosion by an individual or an institution or communities. So the Constitution of Kenya says if a man dies and they are married and they have daughters and sons, the daughters have a right of inheritance of property. I can tell you where this guy comes from. They'll say, we umeolewa. Tafuta mali kwa bwana yako. I can tell you. It's in the Constitution. I was reading that yesterday. How coincidental, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, young and old like me, middle-aged who will never declare their ages, etc., how coincidental that this occasion today comes at a moment when the government of Kenya has declared a national day of commemorating the Constitution. So the 28th of August has been declared into perpetuity as a public day to honor the Constitution and allow Kenyans to reflect on the significance of the covenant that binds them together. But why now? What has prompted this need for remembrance? Is it that the government has discovered there is a deficit in democracy? Does the country have a problem with governance and transparency? Is fairness threatened? Are human rights or the rule of law in trouble? Why the need for Kenyans to consider their relationship with the document that makes them Kenyans? Okay? And it's not very difficult to figure out. It's Gen Z. It's the social activism, the refusal to bow down, that people have started to rethink because they need to justify their presence as your rulers. They need to go back to that constitution which says that if you elect them, they are constitutionally right in the office. Right? Right? Yet you keep on saying on social media that no, they are not. But go back to the preamble. Go back to the preamble. Just the preamble, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a screensaver, put the preamble on it. It might save you. The Constitution declares that if you elect a government, it's constitutionally in office. And you can only use legal means, which the government defines through its lawyers. And by the way, don't be cheated that your relative is a lawyer. They'll be on the opposing side of you in court. And they'll tell you, I'm just earning a living. Yeah? I'm just earning a living. It's simple. Very many times I go to social events and I leave because the priest keeps on saying, you sinners. And the last time I checked, I didn't sin. You fornicators, you thieves, you are not going to heaven. I don't want to go to heaven. I don't, because I don't know where it is. That's why I don't go to church. Somebody in this room is going to say, you are a sinner. You get the point. Denying me my constitutional right, right? So I want us to think, why was the Gen Z protest important? Because Gen Z protest introduced what I think is the key thing I wanted to say today, which I think I said, that the Constitution is a story, okay? And primarily, your stake in it, your stake in that Constitution depends on your ability to speak about it, speak to it. Okay? Speak to it. Find the spaces in the Constitution that serve your interest. protect those ones, even if it's violently, because it will allow you that, right? But speak about it to others. And I say this because the one reason the Gen Z protest happened is that they just spoke about an issue that has been present in this country since the year of the Lord 1962, which is lack of access to matunda ya uhuru, the fruits of independence. And they could see low-hanging fruits, but they could not pick because they were cut to size. They were told, you are young. In fact, the anecdote I remembered when Gen Zs were protesting is that one time I was in Ukunda, in Diani, and there's a graveyard, and in that graveyard, there's mango trees, and they produce succulent mangoes. But every time I passed there, I said, why can't I pick these mangoes? And some would say, why don't you pick the mangoes? That's the tragedy of Gen Zs. You can see the opportunity, but you are told you are still young. Now remember, youth is only a labor-related category. It's nothing else. Sociologically, it's a labor-related category because it just defines the fact that you are energetic, you still aspire, you can be induced to do things that under normal circumstances you wouldn't want to do. So my argument is this, that the way we want to think about social activism and democracy is to think about the idea of a story, okay? The Constitution as a story. The fight for rights, justice, transparency, good governance as a story. Because the way it is sold to us as a story, right? The hustler narrative was a story, and it was not even an original story. It wasn't, but that's the point. The story doesn't have to be original to be convincing. Every young man tells every young lady that they aspire to, I will die for you. It's a lie. It's a lie. And the woman knows these bad guys ain't gonna die for me. But the woman, being much cleverer than the bagger, says, okay, you know what? I just want a handkerchief. And the guy goes and works very hard. He's willing to die almost and brings a handkerchief. And the woman says, you know there are these new bras from Turkey. They are the fashion. And if you want to see what I have, what mama gave me, just bring me two. And the guy goes and works. And the guy actually dies progressively. So the proclamation is realized. They die, but they won't commit suicide for you, right? So all narratives of democracy are generally very simple. You just got to know the plot. You got to know the lead and supporting actors. In school, they used to tell you major and minor. No, it's the lead. I think movies are very good. They say this is the lead actor and they're supporting characters, okay, actors. You need to know the language. The language of the hustler story was very, very easy. It was put in music. It was put in songs. It was put in poems, right? It was put in dance, right? Anguka nayo. Na mukaanguka nayo. Yeah. So I can declare here publicly that I was on the other side, stuck in a room 26 hours, trying to counter the narrative. I failed, but I lived to today to tell you that the story is generally simple. So the story of democracy, the way it comes to you, is absolutely simple. It says things like inclusivity. Isn't that what it says? Human rights. Isn't that what it says? Decent life. They just don't define them. And you repeat them. So if you are from my friends in the social justice movement, raise your hand if you're in the room. Social justice movement. I hang around social justice movement. They are my friends. I've traveled with them from Nairobi to Arusha, traveled with them from Nairobi to Mombasa, traveled with them from Nairobi to Garissa. And one of the claims we make in social justice movement, we start by saying, we are all equal. The lawyers even tell you, we are all equal before the law. It's a very simple, conceptually simple thing to access because that's what you feel. And by all equal before the table is, can you see each one of you has a fancy bottle of water? And you have sweets, right? You have sweets, right? Yes. So it kind of makes sense. So the way you want to think about social activism is to start to think about it this way, that you are involved. What you are fighting for in social activism is you are fighting to reshape the narrative. The story, in a way, remains the same. It's the narrative. And the narrative is the deployment of the story. It's the way you tell it. So in Karatina, they'll do Mwomboko. Okay? It's the same story. It's a human rights. We'll do Mwomboko. What will they do in Mombasa? If you're here, what will they do? What song and dance? In Kisumu, they might do Ohangla. The story fundamentally remains the same. We're looking for substantive democracy. We're looking for spaces where we feel safe. There's a phrase that women activists use. When we get into a room, I think we once actually had a meeting here. They first of all say, it's a safe space, and you feel comfortable. That's what we want. So the people I work with at the University of Nairobi get horrified that I go to Wakulima Market, that I go to Mudhurwa. They say, how do you go there? I say, there are people there. But most important, food is affordable there. As an economist, I don't use the word cheap. Okay? Because the story remains the same. They want the fruits, they want the ndumas, they want the vegetables, but their narrative is that downtown is crime infested. That's not true. So your job as a social activist is to think about how you shift the narrative, how you kind of propel a narrative that starts to invite others into the conversation. Because what happens when democracy is under threat is that the erosion of the democracy is the manipulation of the story. So in my house, okay? In my house, my son should be able to speak Gikuyu from Muranga, and speak Dholuo from Kisumu, and speak Marachi from Busia. So when you say that there's a particular set of shareholders, where do you put this guy? So one of the things about storytelling is the style. So my son can stand up and give you the 3 names, depending on the circumstances. There's an English name, there's a Kikuyu name, and there's a Luo name. Tactfully, if they are aware of their environment, they can stand up and just give the English name and the Kikuyu name and drop the Luo name. These are strategies of everyday survival. In fact, my joke is that for the entire 7.5 years I stayed in South Africa, I just learned one word. And if you must learn one word to leave this room with, is strategy. I just couldn't believe everywhere. South Africans, even when they are eating, is strategic. Eating should be strategic. Yes, brother, if you're eating fish, beware of the bone. You're not born, a fish bone can kill you. So I learned that one word. And therefore, those of us who are in social activism must be strategic. It's not enough to be unsatisfied with the existing state of democracy. It is important to be involved. And to be involved, this is my last act, is tell and retell the story of why society needs to be democratic. Tell it. Tell it to the kid who is age 0. Tell it to Shosho who is 95. It's important. The ear has never complained that, hey, boss, you've repeated this. Otherwise, men and women will never stay together. Because women are always saying, so you don't love me, so you have just to say, I love you. They know that it's just a phrase, but say it. Yeah, say it. Tom, say it. Say, yeah, I love you. Show me. Oh, flowers. Why does an African woman want flowers? They're all over. You understand? But you go to produce flowers. So repeat the story. Tell and retell the story of democracy. That's the job of social activism. And that means anywhere and everywhere. For instance, if you say Kenya fought for independence from colonial oppression, Why did the post-colonial government keep the Chiefs Act? I think there are too many people in this room who were born when the Chiefs Act had already been repealed. Is that true? When was it repealed? The lawyers in the room, when was the Chiefs Act repealed? It was constituted, I think, in 1933. But the Chiefs Act ensured that the chief could walk into your home and say, I want that goat, I want that cock, that bull, add that bull, and the ram as well. And do you have grains here? And they would walk away with that because the law empowered them. So tell and retell the story of how and why society became democratic and needs to be democratic. Explain what democracy is all about and how to deepen it. The idea is to deepen it. And this goes back to the key, another key word in that title, construction. Construction is an ongoing process. That's why when you go to Britain and you ask the price of a house this week, they could tell you £50,000. When you come back 2 weeks, she tells you it's £56,000. So what changed? Say, oh, I just remodeled the bathroom. So it's a continuing process. Social activism is a process continuing to deepen democracy. Because especially to the previously excluded or marginalized, such as the youth, women, people living with disability, etc. The youth are always excluded by a very simple phrase, and I don't know why they accept it. You are the leaders of tomorrow. The point is, tomorrow just doesn't come. I mean, you must have seen the meme or the joke at the bar or the butchery, for credit come tomorrow. Because tomorrow has a cousin called tomorrow, right? Live a democratic life all the time. You know, this is the joke. So I go to these parties, and I'm with colleagues, comrades, right? And they say, there's just 2 drinks per person, right? And people are still coming in, and a comrade picks 3 drinks. Yeah, happens all the time. And I've been to these parties, my dear. A comrade picks 3 drinks. And what they do, if it's a table like this, they put the drinks under the table so you can't see. And they're likely to pick another. Just leave that. Leave it. Do not expect the president, the prime minister, the ministers to leave it if you can leave it. And I think this is my second last point. Do you guys know why evangelists managed to colonize Africa? It's not the administrators who colonized Africa, it's the evangelists. The evangelists are the most patient human beings you can ever meet. A guy, you're passing by a place and a guy is cursing Satan and they're doing what? And finally, one day, just one day, after 60 days, they get 1 convert. Now, statisticians know that there's something called the ripple effect, isn't it? So you get 1 convert who goes back into a house where he's the husband. And he tells the children and the wife, from tomorrow we are praying in this church. And it just happens. We got to be evangelists, good people. If you live here, I gave my word that if I live here as a journalist, I want to write about this. The Nairobi Law Monthly. Because this is an important argument we're making here. Evangelize everywhere, anytime, to all and sundry, without an apology. Evangelists don't apologize. If you beat them, they say, may the Lord forgive you. And they just continue. Some of you, the reason I'm not on social media is because some of you have, in my language, we used to say, weak heart. So you push your little argument there, then I poke holes in it, and the first thing is that you are talking like a man, like all men. Hello. My name is Tom Odhiambo. Respond to Tom Odhiambo, not all men. You don't know all men. Let's not be weak people. People think, for reasons that I don't know, that I'm a socialist. It's nice if I am. Because up to today, I've always benefited from people who are willing to share. But that's why I push the argument that if necessary, share. Lastly, and this is the most important thing for the project on democracy and law, I think the law, as it's practiced today, is still carrying colonial myths. the philosophies from the West. In fact, one of the biggest arguments of Okoth Ogendo the late and Willie Mutunga is that we have not mythified the law as it is today in images of our own circumstances. Because remember, the law as practiced in Kenya is a bastard. It comes from England and passes through India. And it arrives, yes, the Kenyan law is largely Indian. That's why for many years the fines were in rupees. Okay, just go and read. I think we need both as social activists and lawyers to start to think of creating new myths that substantively explain all those arguments we make in law. Okay? And this experiment was tried and it failed in Ghana. I bet the lawyers in the room know that at some point, I think when Jerry Rawlings got into power for the first time, he abolished the courts and all that, and lawyers were like all ordinary people. If there were cases, they would be resolved, in a very public way. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm just saying, demystify it. So I am glad to hear that the preamble is in Sheng. But now, whoever should have given us, who has got the Sheng version here? So that you just read it, so that I say the last word, exit the stage, we have a little bit of a conversation. Who has the Sheng version of the preamble? Hello? Hello? Do you have it? Who has the Sheng version? Hello? So you get the point. Having the preamble, by the way, one of the most substantive myths in this country is that there are 42 ethnic communities. That's the most silly thing I've ever heard. There are more than 80 ethno-linguistic communities. By ethno-linguistic communities, I mean people speak a language that unites them in terms of cultural practice. You understand? More than 80. If a Mlogoli speaks, a Marachi will just pick one or two things. There's no mutual intelligibility. There's no understanding each other. You understand? So the idea is that if we want to be proper social activists, we must start creating myths that really localize the law and all these ideals that the Constitution says in our circumstances. So if you are at Mathare Social Justice Center, you should be pushing for somebody in Dagoretti to have one. There are universal agreements on what you're aspiring to, but there are also very localized conditions. There's a lot more land ownership in Dagoretti, very localized, than there is in Mathare. And I know this because, for example, during COVID, a number of women landladies, surprisingly, actually reduced the rents by 50%. They would do very localized evaluations, say, oh, you have children? Yes. Can you pay for their lives? No. Okay, now, don't pay rent for 6 months, but you must pay service charge. So we have to create myths. I think our laws are still very much nostalgic about India, and nostalgic about the UK, and nostalgic about the Western foundational philosophy of law. And it's 60 years. You might say it's young. We are young. But I think we must make an effort. That's where I want to end and say, to justify your lunch, you must disagree with what I was saying. Because there's a lunch card. We ain't giving you the card if you don't disagree. You haven't said anything. You've not said it. You want to say something? Ah, please. Not even your name. It's your democratic right to just say your name. I always say I'm here. In my culture, we only know you are alive if you speak. If you don't speak, they say you are dead. Just say something. Yes, there's a hand there, but let us say something. Boss, where are you running away from? Just greet us.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
How was breakfast?
Good.
My name is Bridget Maria. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too, Maria, Mother of Jesus Christ. Gentlemen, I'm not intervening in the conversation now. It's a freestyle conversation about what I've said, if it annoyed you, if it caught you. Unaweza zungumza kwa Sheng, unaweza zungumza kwa Kikuyu, tutatafsiri. Kimasai, Kiturkana, we are very democratic here.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Organize, organize, organize. We are organizing to take political power, sindio? Yeah, so I'll not struggle much with the colonial language. I believe it's a safe space, so I'll just go on. Kwa majina naitwa Kaka Onyango, member of the social justice movement and also an organic intellectual. And for me, I'd love to say that nafurahia sana kuwa joined with so many other colleagues who are just as useful as we are. Na nafurahia sana with the conversation around the Gen Z, but maybe perhaps when the good professor amesema we can critique him, so maybe I'd critique him on a few points, especially on the Gen Z, because even in putting out the narrative, ndio amesema we have to shape it. Sindio? Viva comrades, viva. And you agree, as much as it was essential to kind of quote the sociological aspect of the uprising as a Gen Z uprising, but then as the political struggle continues, we have come to enrich the struggle to understand that it carries the youthful voice, it carries the voices of women, it carries the voices of students and everyone else on board. So for us, we see it as that, as more of a liberation struggle, but not just a generational trend. So with that said, that we're also very glad in celebrating Katiba at 15 years. However, much has been said with regards to it being progressive internationally, all those other tenets as a text. But then in practice, we continue to see it being, a very good friend of mine says, we delivered a very good baby, but then we left it to pedophiles. Viva comrades, viva. And we have people in place who we expect them to implement it, but instead, even the head of state himself may violate more than 37 times since he took office. And when you see the kind of uprising taking place, it comes from a point of wanting to also test the limits of this same constitution. Because we say, who are the people? All sovereign power? All sovereign power? Who are the people? Who are the people? So we agree that it is a living document. And of course, as the Youthful Uprising and so many other colleagues who are not able to actually make it here, we urge our fellow comrades to actually be able to push this elite legal discourse from these rooms, na wazilete huku ghetto, wazilete huku kwa streets mali tuko, so that we also engage properly on how to actually be able to push the horizons of the Katiba. Because we understand, as it is also conflicted. It has so many contradictions. Yes, we agree, ni yetu, tulichagua, but pia kuna watu wenye wali hijack pale mbele, and they mutilated it. And mpaka saizi wanaendelea water down. But for us, is to continue embodying it, to continue living it, and continue connecting it to the lived experience of the people. Viva comrades, viva! Asanteni sana.
Sawa. Wazalendo mpo? Wacha tuseme hii lugha ili tuweze kupatana kwa urahisi. Mwenye kutafsiri yako pale. Wala wamevaa makoti na masuti watatafsiri. Profesa, umezungumza, sitaki kuzungumza huko, nataka kuzungumza ile kitu tumediscuss. Sitaki kuongea tu kwa hewa. Agenda ni vitu umesema. Umetuelezea kitu mimi kivyangu, na ndugu yangu yuko pale. Nimekuwa nikijiulizaga. Mbona tuna believe kwa vitu za wale watu? Hatutaki kubelieve kwa vitu zetu kama Africans ama Kenyans. Na kwa ujinga, natumia hiyo language, kwa ujinga umeileta, umeiguzia tu. Ya kwamba katiba zetu kama Africans ama katiba yetu kama Kenya ilitoka UK, ikaenda India, ikakuja. hata hii tunaizungumzia ni the same, tuliweza kuboro vitu kutoka UK, US, India. Ni nini natufanya na ile hali tunasema tuko na wasomi na kuna wale wanajiita senior counsel, professor senior counsel. Hatuwezi think ama tunaogopa kuthink, ama tunaweza sema tunaogopa kureason ama kufikiria vitu kama hizo. Secondly, nimesikia tuko hizi movement ni sisi tulianzisha hizi movement Viva siji comrade. Siku hizi naogopa kutumia jina yako, naogopa kusema comrade kwa sababu misuse, watu wana misuse. Ukisema comrade, wewe unaamani, wewe kama professor unaelewa mambo ya comrade. Comrade origin mtu aina gani? Na kuna agenda story nyingine pia umesema hapa funny to Google newspapers. Tuangalia kama stories za Gen Z inadiskasiwa ama inaendelea. Na wacha nitumie language ya ujinga ni kama uko na ufala fulani unafanya study moja ya ndani sana. Na ni real ukichunguza hizi movement zote sasa hizi zinaendelea. Real Gen Z hawako kwa hizo movement. Hata tukipiga nduru, lakini tunaitaja ni kama ilitupatia platform. Ukiangalia wale watu walikuwa na fight ama wale watu walikuwa wanatafuta hiyo kitu, si hao watu wanapiga nduru. Gen Z origi wenye kuitaka Kenya ama wale walifanya masaka ile date siku za finance bill last year, si hao watu wanapiga nduru kila mara sijui wanafanya nini. Hapa pia wakati tuko na hizi movement ama hizi mambo zetu mtaani, lazima tujiulize na wale watu wako wapi? Wale watu tulikuwa nao, hii history iliandikwa ama inaandikwa, lakini hawa wako wapi na wanasema nini? Thirdly, kuna kitu umezungumza kwa pointi zako tu, mambo ya katiba na umesema mambo ya preamble. Mimi niko hapo, mimi nilihusika wakati hii katiba ilikuwa inatengenezwa. Nilihusika, niliguzia some parts, nilikuwa Bomas, whatever. Tuko na watu wawili hapa. Kuna ule alisikia lakini saizi yako kwa hiyo age. Na kuna ule alikuwa age yake ikumruhusu kuparticipate katika hii katiba. Lakini anaisema na anaizungumzia na anaisherekea na juu kwa ndani kuna nini? Anabehave kama ule mtu umetuambia kama pastor, anajua tu line moja na article moja na chapter moja, hiyo ndio ameshinda nayo na anapiga nayo nduru. Na kuna ule alikuwa ile upande mwingine wakati katiba ilikuwa inapeanwa. Na hao ndio kwa ushukani power ya hii country. Kweli tuna imani hao watu ama huo mtu ako kwa hiyo power, ako ready kutekeleza hii katiba kwa sababu wakati ule alikuwa huko, lakini sasa ako kwa ushukani. Ndio unataka tekeleze kitu yeye mwenyewe itampiga pingu. Inawezekana? Hizo ni movie ambapo tunajaribu na itatu take time na ni ngumu. Upande wa pastor ama believes, mimi kama umo sera, hii ni serious, uliza tu mtu wote anajua. Kama unataka kitu siamini, ni hizo stories za mabishop na mapastor na church. Kwa sababu hii country tunagandamia ama inatugandamiza through our watu. Tukipigania hii katiba ambapo umetuchallenge, umetuambia nilikuwa nafikiri madama ako nayo, kumbe pia ni GMO tu kama mimi. Na saa zote akutuma hapa hivi. Hakuna, ni maimbo tu. Ni storytellers ajaba. Hawa tukipigania hii katiba, mimi nilipigania Reverend Njoya akichapo pale tulikuwa naye hivi. Hawa wenye makanisa wote walikuwa hiyo pande nyingine ya no. Udhisi nasema uongo. Wote walikuwa hiyo pande nyingine ya no. Na walikuwa napigia tu nduru kitu moja tu kidogo ati abortion. Kitu kidogo sana mpaka mwanaume anaongea kuhusu abortion na yeye sio mwanamke. Unaona? Sasa ukiniambia mambo ya makanisa, kwangu mimi si believe kwa pastor na si believe kwa kanisa. Mimi na believe tu maisha yangu. Juu na believe nikidedi nitachomwa. Kari yako na story ishe. Hizi ni stories za crusade na watu create jobs na opportunity. Juu na believe tena kanisa pia ni kitu moja inaleta lot of poverty kwa hii community ama hii country. ama hii society yetu. Unapata? Sasa kwa hizi vitu nimekuuliza ama nimejaribu kuuliza, juu ni vitu pia najaribu kutafakari. Kiwewe na usomi yako ambapo babu yako alijama kauza land ukaenda shule. Unaweza tusaidiaje kwa hii story? Juu pia ndio guzo lako la kutafuta riziki wala kutafuta chakula. Asanti kwa mengi, lakini ni ukweli mtu. Ingine pia kidogo tu sana pia nikizungumza. Hii sasa na request mandugu zangu ambapo wale wananifuata. Hawa watu wa Viva, watu wa social justice movement. Please, mimi ni member. Mimi natoka Mathare. Mimi ni member na mimi ni founder. Hebu tujifunzeni. Ule mtu anatumenta, atumente kwa kitu hiko, kwa sababu wewe kivyako kuna system nyingine hapa pia ya mentorship ya mandugu zetu na watoto wetu mbofu. Tuna need kukuwa mentored kwa kitu tunajua na kitu tunafikiria kesho. Kuna line nyingine hapo tunaona na ninaleta zogo, hii naisema hapa, na ukitaka kuenda uliza ama ripoti kwa hiyo na ripoti shauri yako. Tutapatana kwa street ama mtaani. Kuna system ya mentorship hapa haingiani na system tunapigania. System nyingine ya mentorship haiko. Tunapotea. Hebu tujaribu kuementa watu kwa kitu hiko. Si mimi nikiwa mentored, nimekuwa mentored na Kibutha Kibwana, nimekuwa mentored Willy Mitunga, nimekuwa mentored Kabando wa Kabando, nimekuwa Paul Muite, Raila Odinga, huyo tunasema ni jamaa wa GMO, mamovie, na baada akisema haya, nyi wote hapo ndio mnakimbilia. Hapo pia lazima tutafakari lazima pia tutafakari hapo. Nimekuwa mentored na watu. Kama unaelewa Julio Jiambo, Professor Madam, unaona? Sasa ni wale watu. Lakini wewe umekuwa mentored na nani? Na huyu mtu ako wapi? Na anafanya direction gani ananipatia? Kuna vitu zingine pia tunafanya. Tukiwa kwa hiyo kitu, unashtuka. Huyu ni mtu tuko naye kwa movement. Tuko naye hapa, lakini ukikuja mtaani pale anaishi ama kitu anafanya unashindwa, hii game inachezwa aje? Baki jina yetu pia mahali pengine pia tunaipaka matope. Na tukikuja hapa nje tunataka community ituamini na tupatie backup. Na je, hiyo community tunaishiaje nayo? Hiyo pia ni kitu lazima tufikirie katika hizi movement. Asante.
Okay. Let me just answer these ones. Nitajibu kwa uchache. I'll begin with mentorship and we're going until 12:30, isn't it? 12:30. 12:45, because there are so many responses. But he's asked me direct questions. And I think one fundamental question is the mentorship. That one thing we've always discussed in social justice movement, I mean, I've had long conversations with Gasheke until I gave up, is that mentorship is a problem. That if you sit at a table, everybody thinks that their word is, you said, aspiration as fact. Yeah, in fact, if you do the reading, ukisomea kwa uchache, sio kwa wingi, that the Constitution makes it appear that these aspirations are fact. Sisi ni jamii moja, sisi tunaabudu Mungu, na yule dada amesema sisi sio wote wanaabudu nani? Mungu. This cultural thing, you know, when you hear politicians talk about women, and they say they swore to defend the Constitution, you really get irritated. So I agree with you completely that when programs like this are established, one key constituent element of that program should be to mentor with contextually, okay? Because you see, mentorship, there's an old word in law, the pupillage. Lazima uwe mwanafunzi. I tell people when they walk into my office, they say, oh, have you read all these books? They ask them, how many books do you think they are? They are not more than 4,000 books, but they think they are many. Then I tell them I have twice at home, but I see I've been in school since 1976, so one of the things I learned is to read all the time, but they are not even enough. They are books I want to read. Now, let me tell you, when you read a book, you meet an author. That's the rule. When you read a book authored by somebody, you've met that author, you can say you know them. So the reason I carried this constitution all the time is that, yes, it has its own problems, but I can go to sections that address my needs. So I entirely agree with you that we need to mentor contextually, but we also need to mentor with experience. Mtu ametoka kijiji, wiki mbili ameenda Naivasha, amerudi anajisifu kwa yeye ni mentor. So you ask them, wewe unajua nini hapa mjini? Unajua mama nani hulisha watoto kivipi? Na as polisi wakija jioni wanaanza kugonga milango wakishika watoto wa watu. Unajua hutolewa stesheni kivipi? But because they think they've been given a certificate, so they are mentors. Okay? So I agree with you entirely. The other thing that you say about the kind of divisions. Look, all movements will have divisions. All struggles must have divisions. Because when you start to struggle, the first impulse of those you are struggling against is to infiltrate. That's natural. But I said something about, I wasn't actually praising the preachers. I was saying their form of persistence and resilience is what we must have. This struggle does not end until you die. It does not end. People ask me, why are you so poor? You're always buying books. I say, books are what have given me a little bit of money. I've been reviewing books forever. And I tell them, when I review 4 books and I'm paid $22,500, it immediately goes to pay school fees, not to my children. And there's nothing I can do about that because I was also raised in that collective sense. So I entirely agree with you. To create a movement, it's not a joke. It's not just a declaration. I said that, I think. I said it has to be aspirational. That story has to keep on changing. It can't be one story. You get my point? The story of Mathare can't be one story because Mathare itself has divisions. Dagoretti has divisions. Kibra has divisions. That's why there are people who call it Kibera and there are people who call it correctly Kibra. You understand? Because it's Kibra, it's a Nubian word. It's not a Luo word. It's the Luos who call it Kibera. You understand? But the Nubians know very well it's Kibra. You get the point? And Kibra, for your information, was a sophisticated township during colonial times. That's the only place you could go as an African to have a dance and have a drink. So we have kind of erased that. Why can't we forge our own constitution? The thing is that the joke is on us, right? The British don't have a constitution, do they? No, they don't. But they have laws, regulations that are so clear. Okay? The British have, for example, right now, a fund to protect bees. You can apply for the fund to plant flowers to ensure continuity and sustenance of bees, isn't it? We're going to copy that in the next 25 years. When somebody goes to Britain on, what do they call those tours? They call them what? Benchmarking. They don't even sit on benches when they go there. And the British sit a lot on benches. Australians sit a lot on benches. Italian men at too. They just sit on benches and smoke and drink. Our baggers don't sit, our honorables don't sit on benches. They just walk around, they're taking photo with the naked men and women in the background. They think, hey, the one reason I didn't take photos is that people just track wherever you've been. So it's very difficult to get my photos online. But the point is, what we need to do, methinks, is to almost violently protect this constitution and continue to kind of in our own local communities, adapt it to our needs. Believe you me, I was reading last week in a newspaper, I wanted to quote that article here. There's a community somewhere, I think in Mandera, which has banned wood collection. So for you to collect wood to use for firewood, it has to be endorsed by the community. They're protecting their plants, trees, and you can't just plow even your own plot. The community has realized that it needs to protect. And the CEC in charge of environment went to the community. He was shocked, so he wrote about it in the newspaper. That tells you there's a distance between the leaders and the lived realities. I didn't have time to start to speak about lived realities, but lived realities are like this. You go to Mathare, you go to Kawangware, you go to Dagoretti, you go to Kibra, you understand? You find one woman who gave up anything else to take care of the kids in the neighborhood. And they are paid based on daily negotiation with the mothers to these kids. Now, nobody in this country will recognize that person as a key component of the socialization, acculturation, and raising of children. We, in those communities, have to do that. We have to start to uplift, concretize, and make these parts of our nominal existence. That eventually could feed into this ideal of substantive democracy. It's not going to happen today. I have decided personally, as for I, Tom, and myself, have decided in my little office that I don't expect anything called moral rearmament in my lifetime in this country. That I've got no reason to morally judge politicians. I will critique them where possible, but I'll not morally judge them because I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. So choose your battles and be ready to fight them for as long as they are actually in your interest and the interest of the community. Because first of all, it's about survival. I mean, that one, there's no doubt. And that's why I went back to the hustle narrative. If you look at the struggle for mothers, you guys go out today in the evening and just count people who are doing evening trade. For every 10 people you find there, 9 are women. And I have a running joke when I pass Soko Mjinga, and I ask those women, wapi dadi aligongwa na lori ya majani? This is the Kikuyu joke. Aligongwa na lori ya majani. Then I ask them, so tufanye nini? Then they tell me, siniache mtoto tu na mama hapa tuende Nairobi. Then I tell them, huko Nairobi kuna mtu. Then they ask, ni Mkikuyu? I say, yes. Hawa Kikuyu wanasema kile kimeliwa kwa boma akijapotea. I mean, it's kind of this, there's a logic to all these things. People are actually very deep thinkers. But probably you are right. One of our problems in the country is that those of us, I call them the knowing class, are too unwilling. Kama mtu yuko chuo kikuu cha Nairobi na anasema ati Mudhurwa is a no-go zone. Unajua kuna shida kidogo hapo hivyo. Kidogo hivi, unajua shida kidogo ndio shida, sio ile kubwa, maana ile kubwa unaiona. Hii ndogo, inakudunga hivi na kuma. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation you must ask the lab to, and I think you've asked one of the fundamental questions that we need to ask them. How do we take this conversation from this hotel, right, into the little corners where people actually sit with a lawyer and you ask them, if I am arrested by the police, what are my options? If my father lived in Nairobi for 50 years and they've died and I'm being told they can't be buried on the plot of land that they were given by their father, what are my options? I had a child with a woman. I don't think we can live together, but I want that child to be seeing me. What are the options? These are democratic ideals. So you're asking a substantive question. The ball is in your court. I'm just a guy who was passing by. Then they said, can you tell a story? And I got into the room because I needed lunch and there's no free lunch in Nairobi. So I've just earned my lunch. Thank you very much. Oh, there was. And don't ask me a question, please. I'm on recess from now. Speak to each other, speak to us. I'm listening, but the reason I'm answering this one is very particular. I think he asked very particular questions. And these are the questions I want to use. So if you see my article and I've not quoted you, just know that we are all thieves in some way or the other, understand? Because I'm going to write an article on this. Unajua umenichokoza sana bwana, eh? Umenichokoza, bacha tukutane hapa nje. Unafikiria hizi ndevu nimeziokota, tutakutana hapo nje. Thank you.
Yes. Habari zenyu. Habari zenyu tena. Well, mimi naitwa Kennedy Mbogo na tumeambiwa tusiulize maswali. It was nice. At least kama ningeongea before wewe, at least ningeuliza, but since umejibu vitu kadhaa, there's no need to repeat myself. But kenyeneza niko na critic moja tu. Gazeti zinatumia jina Gen Z sana. Hazijaacha kutumia hiyo jina. na naweza sema why was protest important, since ulikuwa umeinclude kwa discussion yako, na feel protest ilikuwa important sana. This is because naweza sema sahi most of the citizens, acha niseme Kenyans, juu kuna wase wengine wako Kenya bado si wa Kenya but ni citizens. So most of the citizens wali get to understand the constitution. One of the reason ya protest ilifanya wase waka get to know the constitution of Kenya. Kuna vitu kadhaa watu waliweza kujifundisha hapo hivyo. Another thing, naweza sema why should we create myths that localize the law? Mbona to create myths? Kwa nini tusi actualize vitu real? Mbona to deal na like vitu hata haziko? Na feel tunaweza shikana, instead of creating myths, tujaribu tutengeneze vitu at least zina make sense, real things which are not myths. At least zinaweza to guide vizuri sana kwa laws zetu. Ni hayo tu. Thank you.
I'm Alphonse Lusako from Tanzania. And you said if we will not disagree with you, we're not having lunch. And I come far away from Tanzania, so I should disagree with you for lunch. You said that lawyers are made to disagree with the principles of law. I stand to differ, and my position is lawyers are made to affirm or realize principles of law. But also, the second disagreement is, you said that lawyers, for instance, advocates, are there to have money. We lawyers, I will protect that position that we are there to help the court to reach at just decisions. So whatever my client have been convicted for justice, that is his or her justice. Thank you.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva comrades, viva. Tunapeana two remarks. So there's something that has been highly not put into good conceptual what it means. When the demonstration started, people were not fighting for ideas. And I'm saying people, and avoiding to say Gen Z, juu ni narrative ya state. Ni narrative ya kutumia protest zikae ziko grouped for one people, and they are aimed to benefit only one group of people, who is the Gen Zs. Lakini in real sense, what people are asking for is accountability, good leadership, systems that actually work for the people. Na hizi ni material things that people can actually touch. You can go to a hospital, upate medicines. You go to a hospital, money is not being embezzled venye tunaona sahi na maneno ya shauri yenu. Sindio? So another thing that I'd like to differ with lecture hapo ni sahi Gen Zs ama hizo what people are looking for is survival. That's a lie. Because what we are asking for is sustainability. How do we sustain whatever we have for ourselves, no, it to benefit, na see for us only, which is survival. Sindio? We don't want to continue living from hand to mouth. We want systems that actually provide money in our pockets throughout the whole year. Si leo uko na pesa, kesho ukiamka, you have paid bills, you don't even have anything to show that you have money for yourself. The last thing is yesterday we were in another conference for celebrating the Katiba. And when I look here, I see legal activism and social and political activism. And this is lawyers yesterday from Kabarak walikuwa wa smart sana, lakini leo siwaoni hapa kwa nyumba. Legal activism, in my head, is Kabarak. I don't know how you're going to interpret that. But Kabarak in terms of these lawyers who have learned in universities and graduated and moved from university to jobs in offices, but don't have a ground touch. When I speak of this, I'll give a little context. Like a week ago and a half, I had become a visitor of the state. And it was really difficult because I have been arrested and I understand my rights as an arrested person, but I have been taken to the police station and been booked, and now my legal unit is supposed to come and do some job for me. But I have been booked and I have been written for, first I have been illegally arrested. I have been harassed. I have been beaten. My eye is really black at that time. And the legal unit is telling me that because I have been written for assaulting a police officer, and I am the one who has actually been assaulted and been put for, I have been maliciously charged with possession of bang because I have been criminalized because of my dreadlocks. And the legal unit that is supposed to come and check on me comes, does not even talk to me, and tells me that I have been charged with bang and I have been charged with assaulting a police officer, and according to their principles, they do not deal with such issues. And these are people who, us as grassroots people, are expecting that you'll understand from my social political activism that I am being charged illegally. So this guy has already judged me in his head and said that I am already guilty without even asking me. And this is one instance. And as a grassroots organizer, how many people are being criminalized because of bang? How many people are in jail because they do not have the money to bribe these police officers so that their case can be done away with, and they're innocent but have been written for assaulting a police officer? How many people are actually in jail because of these crimes? So my connecting point is we need to find a collective way of handling social political activism and legal activism, because they margins away from each other. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is David Odhiambo, a community paralegal and a budget champion from Kamkunji sub-county. So I'd like to share my views about the issues of citizens' participation, especially in the budget-making process. And given that citizenry participation is one of the key principles and values as envisioned by Article 10 of the Kenyan Constitution, we've been facing a lot of frustrations as grassroots communities. Because even this week, we had public participation on the Nairobi City County Annual Development Plan for financial year 2026-2027. And the participation from members of the public, young people, women, was very unwanting. And this is the reason. Many a times, we participate in these particular public participation forums. We give our views, we give our opinions verbally or even via written memorandums, but they are not being factored, they are not being implemented. So if you look at the subsequent public participation forum, the community usually do not participate actively because there are no even feedback mechanisms which have been put in place specifically by the county to give feedback to the members of the community. And then again, I'll just like to pose a question to the rest of my colleagues. Is it important or is it time that we have a conversation that if at all a public participation forum has to happen within our various sub-counties or constituencies, is it time that the law should define the threshold for public participation? Because sometimes you find that a ward or even a constituency can have even, let's say, like for example, 10,000, 20,000 people, but you find 2 people in a public participation forum, and this key decision maker will say that, yes, there was public participation which was conducted. So in as much as we upload the Nairobi City County government, because now they've devised digital platforms for where public, especially young people, can be able to share their views and opinions on these critical budget-making processes documents. But our concern still as a community is that public participation is just a mere formality. It's just a mere formality. So you'll find that they call for this public participation, we give our views, we give our opinions, but they've already decided what needs to be done. If it's in terms of a policy, they've already decided. Kama nizo mabudget wanajua, si ndio? If it is education, if it is health, wanatubeba tu maufala, si ndio? We come, we give our views, tunasema, tunataka hivi na hivi na hivi, but at the end of the day, just like my colleague alisema, story ya jaba. So this aspect of citizen participation, in as much as we tunakubali kwamba the spaces are there, zimecreatiwa na constitution, but ni formality, the community is fatigued and the community is very tired. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're...
There's one here.
Just a second, I need to get permission. You know, we can talk until in the evening. Sichai iko. Yes, that's the last comment, then I'll just... bro, okay, you'll say the last one. Yeah, last?
Yeah, thank you.
Second last.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Allow me to do this small exercise before I drive my point. Members of the social justice movement, tafadhali tusimame tu for a second. Members of the social justice movement. Asanteni. Tunaweza kaa. Thank you. Asanteni sana. The reason why I've asked my comrades to stand is because my comrade Ouma here was saying that our comrades walikuwa anawa reduce to people who just slogania and do not actually put into practice whatever, whatever they say. And that is what I want to dismantle at this moment, because these people that you're seeing here are not mad. They actually have been in this struggle, and they are not actually doing this because it's something they are just carrying it as a passion. It's their lived experience, and every day when they go to the street, they go knowing that we are going to fight for our rights. Viva Comrades, viva! And so I would like, I'd just like to touch on that, so that my comrade here does not get confused. When you talk about Gen Zs, it's not that you have a list of Gen Zs. Now you have a certain number of Gen Zs that you know these are the ones who came to the streets. We equally came to the streets as a citizen of this country, as concerned youths of this country, who want to see change in this country. Viva Comrades, viva. I'm sorry, I had to do that so that my ancestors could let me rest at night. Yeah, asanteni sana. So my point is, let me now drive my point. Hiyo ilikuwa tu ku-counter, so that we are not thrown into the dustbin of history, so that our role is also recognized, and that our role is also respected. Viva Comrades, viva. So mine is, what I have to put across is to reflect on our constitution 15 years later, down the line. Right now, we are talking about the same constitution, trying to reflect on how it has come to, or how it has worked for those that it is meant to work for. And when you talk about the constitution and whatever is found in the constitution, when you talk about issues to do with basic fundamental human rights, when you talk about, let me say specifically Article 43, which actually addresses the social economic rights. Right now, it's the same things that are being claimed and are being highlighted by the Gen Zs that they want implemented. When you look at this constitution, our constitution is, okay, it might have its own contradiction, but right now, when you talk about this constitution and we talk about implementing it, not implementing, changing it or trying to amend it. Before anything is amended, I think there is always, there's supposed to be a chance for it to be practiced. Once you practice it and then it fails, that's when we say that this one now needs amendment. So you cannot amend something that you've never even tried. When you talk about Article 43, and it talks about the social economic rights, right to housing, right to clean water, right to education, right to security. All these rights are not being implemented. And that is the question we want to ask ourselves. Before we even go into any part of the constitution, we need to ask about the very basic fundamental human rights. Things to do with food, things to do with water. Right now, I don't know how many years down the line, Kayole are still living in a condition where they have to struggle for water. And we are saying that we are a sovereign country. Which sovereignty are we talking about? Kuna area ambayo naambiwa haina stima. Tunaongelea kina nani? Because when we talk about the government now, because most of the time, the government thinks that it's that regime that has taken power, and now that is the government. And we need to prove them wrong, that they are not the government. We are the government. The people are the government. If you read the constitution well and understand it, it gives the power. The power belongs to the people. So it is we who donate the power to this group of people, because tumewaamini waende watu represent. We cannot get to the parliament, all of us. That if we get there, we can hardly even understand each other. But because we want to have that system, that at least the people who try to represent us at those at different levels, and then we want them now to come back and tell us, kama kuna shida, they need to listen to us, because we are the one who are sending them. It's not them taking themselves there. But many times when it happens, when they go there, they now take it as if they went there by magic or by miracle, or they were chosen by God. Which God chooses people who come to harass the same people they are supposed to protect? Those are not God-chosen people. They should be thrown into the dustbin of history and forgotten forever, because they cannot even implement simple things, kama chakula. We're talking about people dying in Turkana. We're talking about people dying, leave alone Turkana, people sleeping hungry for days. In our own, our neighbors sleep hungry for days. Why? Because these things are not taken seriously, and the government and the people have forgotten that they actually own the power, and they have now donated this power to this group of people who do not even care about them. So when you talk about the government, who is the government? Is it Ruto? No. Is it whoever will get to the power? Is it them? It doesn't have to be them, because we are the government. And Professor Odhiambo also asked about how now do we get this conversation to other people who might not even be able to come to places like this. And I think that's now where I am a believer of art, and I believe that art, the role of art is to make a revolution irresistible, is to make change irresistible. That is the role of art. And I believe that art plays a very critical role in making sure that information is broken down and taken to even the least understanding person in the community. And every year, as the social justice movement, we usually also hold a festival known as Kiwake Festival. Kiwake Festival is simply a festival that ignites the spirit of constitutionalism. And it is a roll call for us to call our community back, to try and reflect back to this constitution. And this year, this Saturday, we'll also have one in Kayole, and where we'll be reflecting on this constitution with the people of Kayole, and of course the people of Kenya, because the resources are limited, so we have to just do it in Kayole. But it's my wish that it's something that can be done in every part of this country, so that we have a constitution, or a conversation around this constitution. 15 years down the line, what has the constitution changed in our lives? Has it even worked for us? We are being arrested. My comrade here was arrested and harassed very ruthlessly. Has it worked for us, or is it working for us? And if not, then what do we need to do? Because I believe if you're headed to one direction and you realize that that direction is not going to help you, the best thing you can do is take the immediate next direction and not continue the same direction. That is how change is made. Viva comrades, viva. Santeni sana.
So, communist power. Viva communist, viva. Mimi naitwa Wachira Nyaga. Nimetoka Embu Community Justice Center, na mimi bado ni member wa Social Justice Movement. So because kama vile Maina Kenyatta anasema, na sitaki kuwa buried in the sewage of history, itakuwa poa kusema ni muhimu sana kudevelop social justice centers. Na in ideology ili come to being in 2018. 5 years hizo ni 8 years later after tumekuwa na new constitution. Na cheki. Now one of the main reason yati tulikuwa tunataka tukuwe na alternative dispute resolution mechanisms zenye zina revolve around the rights za kila mtu ambaye anakuwa divided na Kenyan constitution. Na vizuri nikitumia historical materialism lens, naona historia yetu ya katiba ijaanzia leo. Inaanza way back to scramble and partition for Africa, si ndio? Ina revolve around hadi 1960s tukicry for independence, hapo Kenyatta kidogo na amend. Lejiko hapo ina go through. Kidogo inakuja multi-party democracy 1992. Tena tunasema Moi must go. Unajua? So katiba ni document iko na historia yake. Na wakati saa zingine tunakaa kwa space kama hii tunajaribu kui downwash hivi, ni kama tu tulisema ni living document, unajua? So sisi purposely form a vanguard ya constitution back in 2018 through the social justice centers. Ilikuwa ni purpose ya create institution zenye zinaweza endeshana na katiba grassroots. Sawa? Najua unaona tuko na mastude wengi wana graduate na law nini wakirudi kwa mtaa wanaenda wapi? So pia hatujui, si ndio? So pia ilikuwa ideology ya ku create safe space. Kama wewe ni student wa law na umetoka uni na unataka kuja kufanya internship na utaki kuparticipate hizo advocacy za bourgeoisie spaces, hizo pete bourgeois advocates hizo nini, so unakaa na join community na una practice yani hiyo law yako safi. Na kwa movement kuna kitu tunaita political education, but kwa katiba wanaita civic, si ndio? So sisi pia kwa social justice movement tunachanua na more kikati. Na hiyo tunaitanga masomo ya aliyedhulumika. So viva comrades. So mwenye ana criticize social justice movement na hiyo institution, tunamwambia anafaa accurate center to come to join, tumpe solidarity. Juu ni structure, iko living pia, iko na committee zake zinafanya job. So akiform organization tutamwonyesha vile tunaipanga na tunakomboa nchi. Viva.
Yeah,
siasa nzuri.
Okay, hello. Amjambo wa Kenya. Amjambo wageni. These Kenyans. They demand Kenyanness. They demand to be visitors. They'll demand everything. As you can see, like I said, if you think hard and long about it, the idea of substantive democracy differs from one person to the other, to the next. The entire room, everybody has an idea. Myth, sio stories ajaba. By myth, I meant this. I meant, waona kama social justice movement, it's a myth. You understand? It's a story that when you wake up every morning, alafu hapo nje unapata kamtoi kamefukuzwa kindergarten, nursery, ati akajapeleka 20 bob ya nini ya chakula. You understand? You say, unarudi kwa nyumba unasema sawa, nimekuwa nimeweka 50 bob hapa, ni saving. Ushaanza kusave for Christmas, ndio? Unachukua mbao, unapeleka shule, kwa sababu unaona hata hapa kuna prejudice. Kuna comrade pale, kwa sababu yeye kazi yake ni kusema hakuna mtu amempa mic. So, and that social justice movement, can you see there's a social justice movement there? But there's a comrade there just because they can't speak up. And nobody thought like, kuna jamaa papeni. So the myth is this idea that a social justice movement itself is a myth. It has a story that binds them together. We need a story that binds us. I actually gave an example. I said in my house alone, there's a possibility of speaking 4 languages. At some point, Inoro is always in the house. But sometimes nasema pana bwana. Nyaluo radio, paka ilia hapa kidogo. And sometimes wapata abe ingo, pia wanafanya kitu ya. I can tell you for a fact, growing up in Kisumu in Manyata, we used to sing Mwendo wa Kwama, we didn't know what it meant. You understand? Until I went to university. The first time I realized there's something called tribalism in Kenya, I was at Moi University. I was in the university. When I discovered there are district groups, and those district groups are actually by ethnicity. It's not by where you come. So what we have done here is we have started a conversation which you must keep alive. I have written a comment here inspired by what the comrade there has said. You must get lawyers on your side to start to help you frame what you think contextually. That is the success of Willy Mutunga, the success of Kivuta Kibwana. I don't know if you guys know that Kivuta Kibwana is a playwright. He used to write plays. He used to act. That's why he finds it very simple to get into those spaces compared, for example, to Paul Muite, just as an example. Get lawyers on your side. You can say all you think you know about the law until the lawyer tells you, but the law is very clear. Of course, that simply means it's not clear. That's why they are there to be consulted. You know, you go to a court of law and your prayer is dismissed because it's unprocedural. And you ask the lawyer, what is unprocedural here? Kwani hujaona nimepigwa? Did you just hear what she said? Bang is the oldest criminalizing object in this country. I first saw that in Busia in 1985. Bang. So why don't we fight to legalize bang so that they find something else? We just we think at ganja ni kitu tu ya. You understand? Rwanda has now legalized it. It's thinking of exporting it. So ladies and gentlemen, I think, in my opinion, I have earned my lunch. I have been attacked, but I've remained a comrade. I've been praised, but I've remained a comrade. I've had to stand between people who are almost throwing stones at each other. I mean, the joke we are running in Kisumu is that people in the mountain are so angry, they stoned us. You know, hailstones appeared in Kisumu from nowhere. And in my village, the stones, hailstones, ice, mawe. You understand? What I'm trying to say here, the world is so mixed, it's so diverse. I'm so grateful there are Tanzanians here, there are Ugandans. I was hoping to see Eritreans, which is a very difficult thing to see. I meet Burundians all the time. They sell. If you are in town and you find somebody carrying a coffee, it's most likely a Burundian, okay? If you walk around. So thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves. One will be for all the totos in the room. Listen carefully, comrades. One for all the totos in the room. Two for visitors. Three for the lab. And four for Dorothy. So, this is a big one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
God bless
so
you
much. Thank you so much, Mwalimu. Another clap for him, kindly. A few announcements, quick announcements. Mwalimu has another engagement, but he'll be back in the afternoon. He'll be back in the afternoon. He has some engagement, but he'll be back from 2 p.m. for the afternoon session. So a few announcements. One, thank you so much for coming. We'll resume at 2 p.m. So between 1 o'clock to 2 p.m., we'll be having lunch. So you're all welcome to lunch. At the exit, you'll get a meal card from my colleague, Annette.
Bora kwa Wakenya
na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
dada wetu
imara imara imara
Kenya yetu
imara 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 siasa bora kwa Wakenya siasa bora kwa Wakenya siasa bora kwa Wakenya siasa bora kwa Wakenya
na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
Afrika yetu
imara imara imara
Tanzania yetu
imara imara imara
Wakenya
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi
Wakenya we
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi
Wakenya tujenge
haki kwa mapinduzi
Wakenya we tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi na Kenya yetu imara imara na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
na movement zetu
imara imara imara
Wakenya wetu
imara imara imara
Wakenya tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi Wakenya wetu
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi
Wakenya
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi
Wakenya wetu
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi
na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara
Afrika kote
imara imara imara
na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Tukue na nini? Yani tukue na energy, si ndio? Haya. To repeat one more time and then tuendelee na zingine zikifuatilia, si ndio?
Wakenya
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi.
Wakenya wetu
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi.
Wakenya
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi.
Wakenya wetu
tujenge haki kwa mapinduzi.
Na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara.
Na Kenya yetu
imara imara imara.
Tanzania yetu
imara imara imara.
Uganda yetu
imara imara imara.
Afrika kote
imara imara imara.
Siasa
bora kwa Wakenya.
Siasa
bora kwa Wakenya. Siasa bora kwa Wakenya. Siasa bora kwa Wakenya.
ICJ yetu
imara imara imara.
Movement yetu
imara imara imara.
Makada wetu
imara imara imara.
Chama chetu
imara imara imara.
Leadership yake
imara imara imara.
Wananchi wa Kenya
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Fukuza Zakayo huyo,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze nchi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Wananchi wa Tanzania
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni, tutengeneze jeshi la mapinduzi, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Fukuza Suluhu huyo,
songeni, endesheni mapambano,
songeni, tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Hatutaki mauaji,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Hatutaki mauaji,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Wananchi wa Afrika
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Fuata nyayo za misheni,
songeni,
fuata nyayo zake Pinto,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Na vijana wa Kenya
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni, tutengeneze jeshi la mapinduzi, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Fukuza Zakayo huyo,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Wanachama wa RS
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Fukuza Kindiki huyo,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya.
Hatutaki mauaji,
songeni,
endesheni mapambano,
songeni,
tutengeneze jeshi la
songeni, tujenge Kenya mpya. mpya. Amka, 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 amka vijana, amka. Wakati umefika, amka. Wa kukomboa Kenya, amka, 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 amka wa Kenya, amka. Wakati umefika, amka. Wa kukomboa nchi, amka, 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 amka wa Kenya, wakati umefika wa kufukuza Ruto, amka, 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 amka vijana, wakati umefika Suluhu aende, amka, 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 amka vijana, wakati umefika wa kukomboa nchi, amka, 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 amka wa Kenya, wakati umefika wa kuungana, amka, 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 amka wa Kenya, wakati umefika, wakati ni sasa, amka, 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 amka wananchi, wakati umefika, hatuna kulala, amka, 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 hakuna kuchoka, wakati umefika, wakati ni sasa,
Haya. Haya. Jiachilie kila mtu, si ndio? Sisi wote tukisema Kenya ni home. Hakuna nchi nyingine, hatuna nyumbani pengine isipokuwa Kenya, au vipi?
Yeah.
Kenya ni home. Aiwe Kenya ni home.
Kenya. Tu Kenya.
Sote Kenya ni home. Kenya.
Tu Kenya.
Sote tushangilie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu
mama. Kenya yetu mama.
Sote tupiganie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama.
Kenya yetu mama.
Kayole Kenya ni ho. Kenya. Kenya mama.
Yetu Kenya.
Kenya ni ho. Kenya. Kenya mama.
Yetu Kenya.
Sote tushangilie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama.
Kenya yetu mama.
Sote tupiganie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama.
Kenya yetu mama.
Kisumu Kenya ni ho. Kenya yetu mama.
Yetu Kenya.
Kenya ni ho. Kenya mama.
Yetu Kenya.
Sote tushangilie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama.
Kenya yetu mama.
Sote tupiganie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama.
Kenya yetu mama.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo wewe. Kama uanguki nayo wewe saliti. Anguka nayo. Wewe. Majen zote. Tukisema Gen Z tunamaanisha Gen zote au vipi?
Yes.
Kila mtu anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Kenya yetu mama.
tupiganie
Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
Nchi yetu.
nchi yetu mama, Kenya yetu mama,
sote tushangilie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
Nchi yetu.
nchi yetu
mama,
Kenya yetu mama,
Kajiado Kenya ni ho, Kenya yetu mama,
yetu Kenya,
sote Kenya ni ho, Kenya yetu mama,
yetu mama,
sote tushangilie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi yetu mama,
Kenya yetu mama,
sote tupiganie Kenya.
Kenya yetu,
nchi
yetu
mama,
Kenya yetu mama.
Tunasema Kenya ni home. Na tukisema Kenya ni home, tunasema pia Afrika ni home, au vipi? Tanzania ni home.
Kenya yetu mama, Kenya yetu mama,
sote tupiganie Afrika.
Kenya yetu, Afrika yetu
mama,
Kenya yetu mama.
Asanteni sana, asanteni.
A solidarity statement. For those of us that were here yesterday, you know we are in the Katiba week. Our Katiba just turned 15 years. So welcome, comrade.
African women on the front line. Viva, comrades, viva. Amina. Mi naitwa Wangui Wanjora kutoka Ngong Social Justice Center, and I have a statement on behalf of the Social Justice Movement Nairobi chapter in the spirit of democracy and legal activism, and in the spirit of constitutionalism and celebrating our Katiba at 15. Hiya. Distinguished colleagues, comrades, and friends, 15 years ago, Kenya overwhelmingly adopted the 2010 Constitution with the Bill of Rights at its heart. It was not a gift from the political class. It was won through the sweat, sacrifice, and courage of ordinary Kenyans, including students, workers, women, and communities that resisted dictatorship and repression. It was meant to be our shield against tyranny. Abash dictatorship, abash. Down with dictatorship, down. Yet, after 15 years, comrades, viva. Yet, after 15 years, we must speak honestly. The Bill of Rights has been violated again and again by the very states that swore to uphold it. Peaceful assemblies have been dispersed with bullets and batons. Citizens exercising their right to protest have been abducted, tortured, and in too many cases, killed. Women protesters have faced sexual violence as a tool of silencing dissent and in installing fear to participation of democratic processes. Workers continue to be criminalized for striking. Even right to life itself has been disregarded in the face of extrajudicial killings. Down with extrajudicial killings, down.
Down.
Down with state-sponsored violence, down.
Down.
This is the contradiction. On paper, our constitution is one of the most progressive in the world. In practice, it is being shredded by those in power. And also, we ask, is the state willing to defend the constitution, If the state is unwilling to defend the Constitution, who will? The answer, as we have seen in the past year, is the people themselves. All sovereign power belongs to the people. All sovereign power belongs to the people. Who are the people? We are the people. But let us be clear. This is not only the work of youth. The struggle for full implementation of the Constitution requires all of us. Students in universities, lawyers in courtrooms, judges interpreting the law with courage, activists in the streets, and citizens in every corner of this republic. If we allow this document to be eroded, we will all lose. At 15 years, the question before us is not whether the Bill of Rights exists. It is whether we have the collective will to make it real. That requires solidarity, courage, and a recommitment to defend the Constitution, not just in words, but in deeds. The people have shown that they are ready. The challenge now is whether every institution represented in this room is prepared to stand with them. For history will not judge us by the beauty of the text we passed in 2010, but by whether we had the courage to ensure it was lived. Defend the Constitution, defend the people, defend our future. Tekeleza katiba, tekeleza. Tekeleza katiba, tekeleza. Tekeleza katiba, tekeleza. Thank you, Mburu.
Viva! Let's appreciate Comrade Wanjora some more. Thank you for those reflections. Is it 15 years down the line, or is it 15 years down the drain? We need to reflect. Asante sana Osh. So this afternoon, in the morning, we had a really wonderful session that was led by Professor Tom. And Prof, I must admit that it's been long since I've been in such a session. That I think we need to pick that as a best practice on how to deliver keynote addresses. Thank you for reflecting with us on citizenship, participation, and issues of governance. So this afternoon, we are just going to build up on that, and we are just going to look at the perspectives from an East African angle, and what have been the challenges, and what are some of the things that we see as opportunities. So this afternoon, I'll be joined by 3 wonderful panelists. One of them is Wycliffe Nyakenya, who is a human rights activist, a human resource management professional. He's a fellow at the Institute of Human Resource Management. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Human Resource from Kenyatta University, Diploma in Human Resource from Cambridge University, and also holds a higher Diploma in Human Resource Management from NEC. He is a certified human resource management professional, currently works with Kenyans for Justice and Development Trust, that is Kejude Trust, which is a legal entity incorporated in Kenya and founded on Republican principles. The trust was set up with the purpose of promoting democratic governance, sustainable economic development, the general prosperity of the masses, who are the people. Senator Omtata and Okinya serve as the core trustees in Kejude. Since the year 2007, when the trust was founded, it has filed over 2,000 cases in public interest litigation on diverse issues of law, public law, the Constitution, and governance. Help me invite Wycliffe Nyakenya. Karibu sana Wycliffe. On the panel, I'll also be joined by Bella Twine. Bella Twine is a dynamic journalist, and I mean it when I say dynamic. She's a media innovator with a strong focus on combating misinformation and amplifying credible storytelling in Africa. She works as a freelance journalist with Deutsche Welle. Most of you know it as DW. And she hosts the show The 77%, where she produces youth-centered content on democracy, governance, and social change. She's also a co-founder of the Monk Media Initiative, a fact-checking media NGO. Bella has been at the forefront of driving media innovation and accountability. Under this platform, she has been certified by Africa Check, which is in South Africa, for her expertise in news verification and fact-checking, positioning her as one of the leading voices in the fight against misinformation in the region. Beyond journalism, Bella is also a media literacy trainer of trainers, equipped through the DW Academy, where she empowers fellow journalists, educators, and young leaders like ourselves with tools to critically analyze information, navigate digital spaces, and strengthen civic resilience. Help me welcome Bella Twine. A better clap for Bella. Clap for her till she comes on. Bella is from Uganda. Karibu sana, Bella. Finally, I'll be joined by Emily Osiemo, a Kenya human rights lawyer and seasoned litigator with extensive experience on advancing justice, both nationally and across Africa. An advocate of the High Court of Kenya and partner at Lumumba and Ayeko Advocates. Emily has built her reputation through groundbreaking work in constitutional and international rights law. Her litigation practice spans the East African Court of Justice, COMESA, where she has acted in high-impact cases involving state accountability, trade, and human rights. She has represented leading institutions, including the Law Society of Kenya, in constitutional petitions, and has appeared in matters such as DRC versus Rwanda. You all remember that case. Recognized for her expertise, Emily was nominated by the Pan-African Lawyers Union in February 2025 to join its observation mission to Uganda, focusing to rights of political prisoners, and she was quite involved in the Dr. Kiza Besigye case. Her advocacy reflects a strong commitment to safeguarding civic space, judicial independence, and the protection of fundamental freedoms across the continent. Help me invite Emily Osiemo. Clap for her till she comes on. Thank you so much. This wonderful team will be leading us now in our discussion on citizenship, social and political activism, and legal activism in East Africa. The current situation, challenges, and perspectives. You see, this is a very timely conversation across the region because we are witnessing a paradox of democracy. Citizens are now more informed, and they are connected and mobilized more than ever before. Yet, during this time, we keep on facing increasing pushback from state actors. The space for civic engagement is shrinking with new restrictions on assembly, digital activism, and media freedoms. Yet at the same time, the resilience and creativity of citizens, particularly the youth, journalists, human rights defenders, and lawyers, continue to refine and define what active citizenship looks like. So this afternoon, we are going to have a three-pronged discussion where we are going to talk about citizenship and identity. And in this issue, we are going to be discussing who gets to belong, who gets to speak, whose voice counts in the matters of governance across the region. The second thing we are going to discuss is activism in practice. We are going to discuss how we organize digitally and also at the grassroots level. And then we are also going to discuss the future of activism. So this moment, I want to take it to welcome Bella Twine to give her opening remarks. And Bella, as you give your opening remarks, maybe reflect with us. Has the media always been central to activism? And in today's digital era of misinformation and censorship, and also rampant state violence that is being, both state violence and also violence from the people that is being outpoured to the people. From your vantage point, how has the media innovation shaped or constrained citizenship in the region? Welcome, Bella.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello everybody. Hello. My name is Bella Twine from Uganda. I'm a journalist and media innovator. And from the question of whether media has always been into activism, I don't think so. In journalism school, they tell you not to pick sides. You're supposed to tell a balanced story, listen to every side, and let the people decide what is true in their perspective. You're not meant to tell people what to believe in. They're meant to believe what they want to believe from whatever information that you give them. In terms of media innovation shaping activism and also constraining activism at the same time, while I mentioned earlier that we're not allowed to be activists, there's been a lot of civic engagement and activism that has come from journalists, but also media enthusiasts, especially through media innovation, not necessarily mainstream media. While that has been a good thing, majorly because for people like myself who have not been in a newsroom, in an active newsroom before, we get to channel our creativity and our journalism degrees into media innovation or any other related cause, so that we're able to, one, either earn money, two, as well as educate people, inform, and also just raise an information-aware citizen. So in the point of shaping activism, I think that's one point, but also I'm going to interweave this into the main theme on innovation and what ICJ is trying to do in general on innovation in these different sectors in the legal and democracy sectors. So when innovating, one of the things that you have to think of first is the user, the end user. That is why you're innovating in the first place. Something that Professor Tom said on white people and benchmarking, and all of these things that in the West would necessarily be an innovation to cater to their audience, is now being trickled down to what works in Africa or in East Africa. For example, we have very many funders who give us money to push for certain projects, and your work plan, your budgets, they're constrained. They tell you to do certain things, and yet you're supposed to think of your end user. Do they actually need this solution? The other thing is there's something called the locality development model. While I'm a journalist, my major was communication, and we were trained in behavioral change. So you want people to want the change for themselves, not you inflicting the change onto them. So there's this book called The Man with the Keys Has Gone by Dr. Ian Clark. He's an Irish doctor in Uganda. And while he was writing this book, his standpoint was from when he had just come to Uganda. He's an Irish doctor. When he had just come to Uganda, at the time there was a lot of HIV, typhoid, and he was centered in Luweero district, where the war actually took place in 1985-86 for NRM, the current party, to come into power. At the time, there was a lot of disease, a lot of poverty in that community, and him being in this community as a white person who has not entirely been in such a place that is poverty-stricken and all of these things, from a point of privilege, he knew he had to help these people, but they would have to want the change for themselves. And so one of the things that he did was, while he didn't have so much money, he encouraged for people to put a brick onto the hospital that they were building, the clinics that they were building, the cows that they were grazing for malnutrition, children who look skinny and they weren't eating a lot of food, and they were being taken from their parents because probably their parents had died of HIV and tuberculosis. And while he was helping them, it came from a point of, I am encouraging you and showing you how to do this for yourself, that even when I'm not here the next day, you know what to do. So everybody, it was a community project while they were building the hospital. Everyone put a brick onto that. People weren't paid. Most of the people weren't paid. People would come to volunteer and be nurses, midwives. He would train them how to be midwives. They didn't have to have degrees. He would just show them what to do. And I think that is also what innovation should look like even now. Because if you're innovating for either climate change, law, whatever, we cannot bring what works for the West into Africa, or your work plan. You have to challenge your funder and tell them, this does not work for our country. If you want us to do digital activism per se, or legal activism, and they're giving you money to do certain things that would not necessarily fit into your country's reasoning and the way of life, then you have to have a conversation that would steer them into this direction. I mean, after all, you're the one implementing the project. So from that standpoint of make sure that people want the change for themselves. I think also the other thing is the other thing that could probably shape activism is we've seen AI being developed, podcasts, data journalism, giving people numbers. I constantly say, while you give people numbers, while you talk about budgets and you're talking about 51% of whatever, or 1,000 individuals, but the number has to have a face. You can talk about numbers, but I won't relate if I'm not a journalist. The role of journalism is to help people communicate what is in their mind into, like, let me see something tangible. Let me think of my ideas, and you as a journalist, help me visualize that, help me understand it very well. And so as communicators, we should be able to show that woman A has been harassed by male B, male A or whatever, because of this reason, and she's one of this number of people. Then that face would probably make me see the other faces of other women who are going through the same situation. The other thing with innovation, especially in the legal sector, I'll speak in terms of Uganda. In Uganda, we need a lot of, because while our country has come from very far and has tried to improve itself, there's also challenges. So for instance, you'll find that in the legal sector, a lot of the young lawyers that are coming in do not have space. That means there's like a lot of the older generation is still in, because probably there's no great retirement plan in Uganda for, or if you're at this age, you have a pension, you have this sort of benefits of when you retire, or when you leave your job to settle and stop thinking of work. People work until they die. So young people do not have space in every other sector, in the legal department as well. So one of the things that I would think of innovating around is, could young people be able, because there's a lot of congestion in prisons, but could young people be encouraged and supported to go through these case files? Because there's a lot of irrelevant cases that are pending in the prisons, and people are being infected with diseases, and they're contracting HIV and all of these other things. Is there a way to make sure that that works for Uganda, or even for Kenya, if that is also an issue here, or for Tanzania and all of these other African countries? So I'd also think around that area. So yeah, that is what I would think in terms of shaping activism and what is also constraining activism. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Bella. And thank you for putting that into perspective. And I think as a communicator, thank you for encouraging us to learn how to communicate and put things into perspective so that people can be able to see what, when we talk percentages, what does it really mean? And for the issues that you've raised around innovation, even in programming as civil society. And maybe now, Emily, you see, the law has been known to be a shield and also to be a sword. And in the region, we've seen courts uphold certain rulings or certain decisions that are very progressive. But we've also seen governments weaponize laws to silence dissent from people. So how do you view the role of legal activism in protecting and expanding the civic space, as you just give also the remarks that you had prepared? Karibu, Emily.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
We need courageous lawyers in the region. This region, the political repression is becoming severe. Things are not going the right direction. Governments are taking the rights of the people through whims, and they do not want to follow the law. That's not only happening in Kenya. We just saw in June and July, young people were shot. Young people were arrested and charged with fabricated charges of terrorism, yet they were in the streets and they're innocent. We only need courageous young lawyers and even older lawyers who can stand for this kind of people. In Uganda, the script is the same. Kizza Besigye is in prison from November last year up to now. Why or what offense has he done? No offense. Fabricated charges that he's trying to overthrow the government. He's an innocent man. He has tried to request for bail. He can't be given bail. Ugandans have demonstrated, but they are being arrested and given fabricated charges. Most of them are in prison. We need lawyers who can speak for the region. Otherwise, things will go wrong. In Tanzania, the script is the same. Tundu Lissu is in prison. What offense has he done? It's just because he's a political opponent for a president who wants to retain power. Legal activism is important for the region. Rwanda, the script is the same. Political opponent by the name Ingabire, she's in prison as we speak. We have another lady who stood in the election in July last year. She's called Iragena. She tried just to stand and oppose Kagame, but she was arrested. Fabricated charges, she's in prison. This is not just in East Africa, it's all over. Legal activism is very important, not only just lawyers, even the other sectors. We are important to shape the law and the manner in which decisions are made in our various countries. If it's not through these lawyers, things will have gone wrong. See what the Law Society had to do. It had to come in and stand in for all the people who are arrested and charged for terrorism. Lawyers had to be given. In Uganda, there are a number of lawyers who were sent there to observe the proceedings of Kizza Besigye. That gave the government some shivers so that they will have to now start looking how they make their decisions. In fact, I appreciate the Ugandan Supreme Court. In January 31st, they made a very progressive judgment which found that court-martial, trial through court-martial was unlawful and abolished it. But what did the Ugandan government do? They enacted a new law which now entrenches the court-martial as a court where someone can be tried. I can give so many examples. In Tanzania recently, a newspaper tried to, a television tried to play a clip or a cartoon of a president. And they were told that they'll be shut down. And I'm sure if it's not for some of the lawyers in that country who have stood up to defend the law, the rule of law and the constitution, things would have gone wrong. Some of the rights we enjoy as a country in Kenya have been fought not only through the streets, but through the court. For instance, the cases, the decisions of Raila Odinga, for instance, I can give them as an example. Based on the decisions, he has gone to court very many times to challenge election petitions. And out of that, we have had laws or electoral laws being improved. So in my view, comrades, indeed, activism is important. I know that lawyers were being targeted in the region. Whenever we stand firm and take governments to court to account, some of us, our movements are checked. And I can give an example of a colleague who traveled to Tanzania, Martha Karua and my friend Gloria. They just went to observe Lissu's trial. But what happened? Immediately the Tanzanian intelligence knew that they are coming. They were detained in the airport and put in the next KQ flight back to Kenya. That's not a script that just has happened to Martha Karua. It happened to one of our own ICJ member by the name Samuel Mukira Muhochi. It happened to him. Samuel Mukira Muhochi is now a judge of the High Court in Kenya. Some years back, he would travel to Uganda. There was a conference there. He just went there. When the Ugandan government learned that he was going there, they detained him at the airport, put him the next KQ flight, deported him back to Kenya. But this Samuel Muhochi is a courageous man. Through his lawyers, he filed a case at the East African Court of Justice. And out of that decision, out of the case, the East African Court of Justice judges were bold enough to find that the Ugandan government was in violation of international law by the name East African Community Treaty and the East African Community laws. Those laws that we have signed in the region, we are supposed to move freely and even practice law freely, represent clients from all over the region. Where there is repression and people need lawyers, they are supposed to be represented. And in fact, Muhochi was awarded compensation by the court. I'm not sure if he was paid. That's another debate. So I'm sure the same script that happened to Gloria, I'm aware that they have filed a case at the East African Court of Justice. So comrades, I just want to encourage you that we have hope through the legal system. Even in Kenya, despite what is happening, as lawyers, we are vigilant. The Law Society is vigilant. We are following everything. And if you feel that you are at a disadvantage, feel free to get in touch with the lawyers. We have lawyers who offer pro bono legal services. Those are free legal services. Where there are repressions and people are being sabotaged and their rights are being violated, you can be represented and you can get redress. Further, we also need public awareness in terms of what are your rights in the law, so that where they are violated, you can easily get redress or file a suit or use various means. We also need more awareness, and I'm very happy that Kenyans are very aware of legal reforms. The last time we had a finance bill, Kenyans were very, very vigilant. They said, this time we want to read and see what is the government going to enact in the finance bill. They read, and people went to the streets to challenge some of the provisions, and I'm very happy that out of that kind of awareness, the president had to withdraw the bill. It has not seen the light of day to date. So through this kind of awareness, it will shape the region. In fact, we have a sorry state, yes, but through more awareness and activism, legal activism, we can shape the region. We can also use the regional courts. Where our governments have failed, we can't get justice here, the regional courts can dare to give us hope. Thank you so much. Let me stop there. I can speak over and over.
Thank you, Comrade Emily, and thank you for those reflections. And you just reminded me that vigilance is the eternal price that we have to pay for the freedoms that we enjoy today. And Wycliffe, now maybe as someone who has worked with communities and activists, and as Emily was talking about now citizens being more aware, what is citizenship? Is it what we are seeing right now? Is it protesting? Is it being afforded right to vote and things like that? As a person who has worked with activists and communities over time, what can you really say citizenship is, as you also reflect with us on what you had prepared?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as you had been told, actually, I'm here to represent Senator Kio Mtata, and I will speak how he could have spoken. And that's why he asked me to be here. He could have been here, but then they have proceedings in the Senate, whereby there is impeachment of the governor of Kericho. That could not allow him. Yesterday he left at midnight, and today I'm sure they will leave at midnight. So, the question that has been put across, who is a citizen and what is citizenship. Basically, from the conventional divination, which everybody knows, is a relationship of people and the state. That is a simplistic one, and the obvious one, and the one that politicians and those in power will want us to go by. But then when we look at from the perspective of activism and the people who are aware of their society and the things that are happening, then citizenship becomes an active engagement with the state, empowering the societies, individuals, and the communities to see a better society by it all. And then how do we realize that we have an active participation, active empowerment, and hence the outcome that brings a better society or a better nation by the end of it all? This now brings us to how do we work with communities, how do we work with people in the grassroots to ensure that their contribution comes to the betterment of a nation. It takes us back to what we sang here and what we talked about, and that is the streets as being the theater of making sure that those who are in power, those who are in authorities, and those in governments, they can feel the concern of the people, and then they can make sure that laws, the constitution, and other things are upheld. Like the senator himself, activism, people remember it having started in almost year 2007, when he chained himself in the Vigilance House. That is what many people remember. It was there. Him being an author, he had authored many books, which one, James of Youngdom and the Voices of the People, and such kind of things. His activism had started from that point, engaging communities through theater, and most of the time he used it to stage them in the Kenya National Theatre. But then we moved from Kenya National Theatre and we came into the streets through the act of joining himself in the streets, which was born out of the gagging, which my colleague here was talking about, that you find this sector has been gagged, the media has been gagged, professionals have been gagged, lawyers have been gagged, nobody is going to speak. And you remember what we were coming out from here 2007. That time, there was post-election violence. People had been killed in Mathare, in Kisumu, and very many places. But the government did not want that information to go out. So, Senator himself thought, oh, how can I take this information to the international media and the local media? Then that exercise of joining himself was actually to provoke the society and communities to realize that something is going on somewhere. The struggle and whatever ensued, it made that information to come out. Whereby, when my colleague talks of the media, is told you should not engage in activism. You must behave ethically. You must behave professionally. Lawyers are followed here, as my sister Emily is putting it. Then an activist to provoke society and make sure that the society is aware of what is happening. Then the street becomes the theater. When people are in offices with ties, the way I look, and my friend Thuku here, and all that, they forget that sometimes the street is the voice that will move things that have been forgotten in the boardrooms. You look like an example, what I was watching yesterday of Oruoba, Senator, the former Senator Oruoba. When she was in the boardroom, that is in Parliament, she did not support the street action. She did not approve some of us who could go to the street and sometimes sit down and sing and push. Until it happened to her, and then she was all over in the streets, now pushing for her rights and the implementation of a court order. That is the theater that speaks much better to the authorities, to the government, and all. Now, when we were in that active street protests, in year 2007, 2008, 2009, up to 2010, we realized that the state could use sometimes excessive force and crack us down and jail us. It has taken us to court so many times. In fact, we have had, like Senator himself has been to prison or to the police cell 29 times. He has been prosecuted 29 times. Omtata versus the state. And in all prosecutions, he has won them. Then comes 2010. There is something that we were agitating against. That was Free Primary Education Fund, which had been embezzled 4 billion Kenyan shillings. By then, it is Professor Samungeri who was the Minister for Education. We decided one day we lock him in the office in Arambe House, which we did. Not really Arambe House, but Jogo House. We locked him in the office. Then the Continental Police came and got us out, and we were thrown into police, and we stayed in prison for some time. When we left prison, we decided now to storm Parliament. The first time that we stormed Parliament, 32, we left in town almost 300 people. When we reached the mountain at the State House, we were only 32 people. Then we approached Gate B of State House. Then we were overcome by the CSU and the Continental Police who came. Then we were bundled into vehicles and taken into Kilimani Police Station. At that time, we were taken to police, and we struggled with that case for the next 9 years, which we again won. We were accused of trying to topple the government. We were accused of being people who entered into protected areas and such kind of things. What actually the GNC had tried to do 2024 and recently what we saw in 2025. So this is how we have managed the communities and brought about active citizenship, which we define as making sure that communities are active and vigilant, looking at the development, the behavior, and how the administration is behaving with checks and balances to ensure that a society that we live is better than it was yesterday. Then at that point, we shifted and entered into the courtroom activism, because we realized that after 2010, we got a new constitution, which we are celebrating now this week. We realized now that we can move from the streets and then come into the courtroom. Myself, I'm not a trained lawyer. Neither Senator Okia is a trained lawyer. He's actually an automotive engineer himself. Then we started first to engage lawyers whom we could hire, and they represent us in court. But then over time, we learned the art of representing ourselves. And since then to date, we have actually filed almost 2,000 cases in the High Court and across the country. Of those 2,000 cases, many of them are the cases that we are activating and looking at issues that the government is acting under, all those who are in our authority, in contravention of the Constitution or the rule of law. Like at one time, in 2015, 2016, actually that is a time we controlled the registry at Mirimani Court. We had the largest registry until those who worked at the Attorney General's office remember that there was a registry that was named after Okia Omtata Registry, because there were so many cases. Currently, we have scaled down. We have almost 100 active files that we have that are running. And all of those is through court activism, which we realized that both the streets and the court, it is something that we can balance to achieve what we need to achieve. All in all, what I can encourage the communities that are here is that we need to be vigilant, we need to learn the art, and we need to see what are we going to apply, which is going to give us the outcome that we are seeking for. We should not play our activism in a way of noise-making, in just disrupting processes and such a kind of things. However, I do not say that the disrupting processes does not give the outcome. It really gives a very good outcome. I remember after 2007, when Kivuitu had retreated to Mombasa to write the report of the election of 2007, myself, Okia, and some other activists. I remember people like, I forgot a few names. We went to Mombasa, and actually we pretended as if we had a function like this in the same hotel where Kivuitu and the other commissioners were. What we did by the end of it all, when the morning they were moving into the hall, we started singing the way we were singing here. Then, in a very conniving and very clever way, we carried all the files. And I'm telling you to date, whoever who wants to go and report me to the police can do that. Those files, go and check the report of the election of 2007, you will never get it. We gutted those files, we carried them, we know where they are to the moment. They are not anywhere, we know where they are. So we did not want a report to come out to say that Kibaki won against Raila, because we believed Raila won those elections. So we did not want to allow, we never wanted to allow that report to enter into the annals of this country that Kibaki won against. So organized disruption can also bring out the result that the activism, civil society, and the communities want to push and realize in their endeavor. Thank you so much, and I think I'm ready to respond to other engagements.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Wycliffe. And Wycliffe, they said first they came for the socialists. I didn't speak because I was not a. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak because I was not a. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak because I was not a. Now they've come for me. Who will speak for us? So let us learn to speak for others. And thank you, Wycliffe, for reflecting with us and just reminding us that citizenship is beyond a legal status. It is wanting and imagining a better society for ourselves. So I'm going to open this up to the floor. So any questions, insights, comments from the floor are most welcome. If you have a comment, an insight, a question, going once, yes.
Hello, James Ongamo is my name. I have more of a comment. Yeah. One of the problems we have in the current crop of activists is we are either strictly court-based or we are street-based. Now, currently in Kenya, I don't know about other countries, but in Kenya we require both court and street. The Law Society of Kenya took an order to ban the police from using tear gas. They still use it to date. The Law Society of Kenya told the police you should see your client anytime you want. I don't know about other lawyers, but I have been banned from seeing my clients when they're arrested anytime. So there are a lot of things that are good on paper, they are passed on paper, but they still require a solidarity. There is a client that I drove to a police station one time in one of my crazy days, juzi too. I get to the police station and the policeman tells me, you will not see the client. Hautamuona, nimeambiwa, orders from above. This above, I don't know whether it's God, the devil, I don't know what is above. I told the policeman he will be seen, not by me, but ataonekana. So I quickly take out my phone and I say, amepatikana. And a few cars come and the client was seen. Why? Because there was a crowd around me. If there is no crowd around you, hauna cha kusema, watu wangu. We really value you. I know si kujanga tunaambia chezeni chini nyamazeni, but secretly I say yes. Pigeni kelele zaidi, kanyaga gear. Watu wenye wananiona online, I hope amuelewi. But kanyaga gear. So there is a need for both kinds of activisms. The 42 individuals who were arrested in Thika and charged with robbery with violence, their cash bail was set at 100,000. 100,000. Mwingine ni chokora, mwingine alikuwa tu ameenda kununua nyama pahali akabebwa. They just carry you and they say, these are terrorists. Ulikuwa umechoma gari ya police. You didn't even see the police car. One was arrested at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Alitoka hivi kwa nyumba akibebwa 7. And the thing that I know we sound resigned, but the thing that helped is the parents tukaambia cash bail, wakakuwa wenda wazimu hapo kotini. Most of the videos, the true videos, were not shown on TV. So when we came back to ask for cash bail, for a review of cash bail terms, it was reduced. What am I saying? I'm saying that both parts of activism is very important. Both parts. But now be wise. When you approach a court of law, you don't know which one is needed. It's good to follow the lawyer's lead. Sometimes magistrates would give a small cash bail. Hapo inaja kupiga kelele. Mnasema tu ni pesa ngapi? Haya sawa mnaenda. Sometimes a magistrate would not give the lawyer the kind of cash bail he's looking for. Now, be wise, listen, and organize. That's all I have to say.
Viva. Thank you, James. Janet has insights, a comment, or a question.
Not really a question, but maybe a reflection or statement. And I'll speak as a communication specialist. And throughout my career, I've been actually reporting on serious mass atrocities and trying to advocate for victim voices. So there's this, we shape narratives out here. We try to call out impunity as they occur. But when you touch anything to do with, when we want government accountability or state accountability, is when we receive rejections or when we receive reprisals. So there's an intensive campaign. It has not started now or started yesterday. It has been there since before. An intensive campaign to censor the media, to silence dissent, and to try and intimidate those who speak. And even we can see recently when there was a protest, even the recent protest in June, where there was media shutdown, and even there was a statement to shut down the media because so that they do not show the live what is happening on the ground, and not just in Kenya. And apart from the mainstream media, we have seen they are now using surveillance on our digital platforms. That is Twitter, Facebook. I guess in Uganda, you can correct me, Ugandan people, there's no Facebook or something. And then there's shutdown of Twitter in Tanzania. I mean, I tend to follow, I'm not an active follower of the Tundu Lissu trial, but through affiliations, I tend to look at it once in a while. And I know there's recently, they say they want to, they will not put it on live. Yes. So there's a deliberate move to shut down the media or to censor the media. And it's across the region, the East African region. And then they try to, the actors, the likes of Kina Zakayo now, they try to act like, or they change the narrative and these guys, they're pretending that they're trying to put public order or counterterrorism, and then they try to act as more of victims of Western and imperialistic actors. So I know it won't stop. It won't stop. I mean, it's coming now, since now we have elections in Tanzania coming up. We have also our elections is not that far. So how do we get prepared? Because they're trying to use any means possible to try and silence or those who speak up. And that's why we have enforced disappearance, we have extrajudicial killing, people have been taken from their houses, you're being surveilled online. So how are you going to get prepared to counter and try to push our narrative so that impunity cannot occur, or still call out these actions and have accountability? Yeah. Okay, it has ended up with a question. I didn't know it will end up with a question.
Thank you, Janet, for that. Interesting. I think the panel, I think we've been having a lot of discussions on substantive democracy. And Janet, I hear what you're saying. How do we move beyond periodic elections? And even in those elections, how do we safeguard them to really represent the will of the people? There's a hand there, and then there's a final hand there. Esther.
So I go first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, our panelists, and thank you, Tuku, for this powerful conversation that you're having here today. My question actually, I'll direct it to the Kenya Law Society of Kenya, the Law Society of Kenya, sorry. And mine is just straight to ask. The other day we saw the president nominating your chair as one of the committee members who are to look or foresee or oversee the compensation process, which they term it as the victims of the protest. And for me, I choose to term it as the victims of police misconduct, because it's not the protest that killed them. They were killed by someone, and that is the police. It has to be direct and clear as that. So my question is, what is your stand as the Law Society of Kenya on this issue? Because for me, as mayor, I believe that the victims or those who lost their lives in the protests, by giving out this, let me just call it a token. This token is not, it's a deliberate action by the political class to erase the bloody history that took place in 2024, 2025 during the protests. So, yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Viva. Yes, Esther?
Viva, comrade, viva.
Viva.
Viva, comrade, viva.
Viva.
I'm coming in as a communication strategist and also an academic activist. So in this line, I would want to pose a question. It's more of a generic question, just to be able to understand. From a point of, we do have people who are called slacktivists, and I've not heard anyone mentioning them, but we do have the slacktivists, and I understand that probably 85% of us here are slacktivists without being aware of that. So like, let me just use an example of Boniface murder in CBD, where we had someone just using a phone to capture who killed him. And by the time it was getting at 7 p.m., we had already known the police, his social media accounts. We went and kumsalimia kama kawaida. But now it comes back to who is there to protect the man behind the camera, who is there to protect the man behind that narrative, behind that story. I'm also raising a question in the line of academia, because each and every time we'll write something, I am in the line of academia and I do my study on social change. Majority of the time we'll just raise an awareness of what is happening on the ground, but what happens afterwards? We get quantitative, qualitative responses from different people. They will give you their affairs on the ground, the challenges they're facing, like as my bro had mentioned something here when it comes to grassroots. But what happens after that? Because is it only that we are raising an awareness, but after that is tulishasema na ikaisha? So what happens after that? We have written articles, we've written stories, we're writing narrative. The media probably in one way or another, they will try to escape the agenda setting narrative to go back to what they can be able to give us a live broadcast. Because I understand during the protest, we also had a shutdown. And apparently we had a live that was going on X. So what happens after we have already given out our problems, what is the next solvent solution? And also this is also coming in line to the legal parameters. Who is there to protect us? Who is there to protect? I am a grassroots journalist. I am a citizen journalist. I'm just carrying my phone with a very good lapel. I want to record something that has happened on the ground. Who is protecting this person not to be found? Because the same case that was taking us to demonstrate about the mwalimu who was murdered by alijigonga kichwa kwa cell, it was still the same thing. He just made a tweet. So what happens after that? Are there parameters that we've been given out to protect this individual who is typing from the house, who is using the keyboard pale kwa matri? So that will be my question to the LSK. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. I think let's appreciate her. Thank you. Yes, Jewel, the final one, and then Daktari here.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jewel, as you just mentioned. My question is to my senior from the LSK. Still with regards to the committee that Faith Odhiambo has been nominated to, I understand that it's with regards to the victims of the protest, but we cannot deny the fact that we have a lot of people who have died due to police brutality, like the Kianjoma brothers, just to name a few. So will they also be involved, or will they be part of the group or the scope of the committee? Also, if you just look at that narrowly, or if you just say that it is to look at the previous atrocities that the government has caused, what about the victims of the 207 violence? Will they be compensated or anything? Yeah, thank you.
Interesting, thank you.
Thank you so much for the best, for your different contribution. I would like to open the reflection about the way to thinking life beyond power. How the police officer, how the commander, how the people who is engaged on the human rights violation on the field, how we can help them to thinking life. There is life after power. There is life after your power in the government. That's the first point. The second point is how advocacy can be the way to also to sensibilize. How we can mobilize advocacy on the field to tell to people, to tell to the government, you guys, this is the risk. If you engage on any human rights violation, this is the risk you must to assume. And nobody is above the justice. So I think also there is a way to thinking about advocacy, how to mobilize human rights violation as a proof for advocacy and sensibilization also. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you, Dr. I think the panel will take those questions and then also feel free to answer. If you feel like you have an answer for a question, you can also reflect on it. I'll start with Bella here first.
Thank you. I'll answer to the question of who protects the communicator or the person behind the camera. For journalists, there is, in Uganda, for example, there is the Human Rights Network for Journalists and other sectors that fight for the rights of journalists. So in case someone has been arrested, brutalized while in the field, assaulted by police, they have this avenue sort of to challenge those in power on why these things have happened to them. There's also this solidarity in Uganda when it comes to media. If police brutalizes people during, field field visits, or if there is probably a demonstration like the March to Parliament last year, then the general media will say, we are not covering you guys anymore. We are not covering police. We are not covering UPDF. I mean, they need us. They need to communicate certain things all the time. They're always at the media center talking about a lot of things, and they want people to listen. They want people to actually be there and document these things and show people what they're talking about. But also like humanize the stories that they're trying to tell us, or the narratives they're trying to communicate to the public. So the solidarity of we are not covering you anymore then shakes them a bit, and the fourth estate is important and they want you to support them really. So yeah, one is the solidarity, but also there's people who are not journalists. There's citizen journalists, people who have not gone to school for this, and so they don't have licenses. They're content creators, and they're passionate about storytelling. I think still we should have provisions within, because there's been an argument in the journalism sector in Uganda of citizen journalism and the unethical way of telling these stories. And you remember we have the Computer Misuse Act in Uganda. So while most of the media people in Uganda follow that act, and they make sure at least not to tickle the people in power or make them feel threatened in any way, one thing that we always say when we're telling politically motivated stories is, touch everyone else, but don't touch the presidency. So start from the grassroots. Tell stories of the grassroots, places where people are not receiving their salaries, if they're working in local government, people who are not, if you've promised a hospital and it's not been built in 5 years, what happened to that? Make sure people in those communities are answerable. As content creators and citizen journalists, so that even when you're whistleblowing, when you're as lawyers or as content creators, do not touch the presidency, because it's very difficult. I mean, no story is worth your life. That's another thing we say as journalists. Yeah, you can want to be brave, but make sure that your life comes first, and you can tell that story another day when things are better. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. We must not remain silent, even though we are faced with adversities. Wycliffe?
Thank you. I think James asked a question, and he really said, do activism stop at just raising issues, take them to court, and then where is the action? And I think he gave an answer, because he said when he had a problem in the police, he made a call, and a team came. And the person arrested was seen. Then it takes me back to the introduction that I made, that the ultimate theater for activism is the streets. The moment we can be able to mobilize the streets, then we will be able to implement. We can go to court, we can petition authorities, but then action might not happen until we work the streets. Then, Dr. here has asked about when people are in power and when people serve in the offices and civil service, when they leave, how are we going to make sure that they know they will be answerable even the time they leave offices? We need people who will make an example of our leaders. We have seen Singapore, we have seen other countries where former presidents have gone to prison. That is what we need here in Kenya. And the moment that one happens, then everybody will know that he will be held accountable to his actions while he is in office. But then you look at the police, how they act when they are in the service and when they are outside the service. I look at it from what kind of curriculum have we developed for the police? That is where the problem starts from. Because a police officer is given a photo of our brother there with Rasta, and he is shown that a criminal looks like this.
And then he's given another photo, like mine, that a gentleman and a good person looks like this. How many times have you visited a place when you are dressed badly, then you are stopped and you are frisked around? When you are dressed well, unasalutiwa unapita. Then it all boils down to what kind of curriculum are we using to train our police officers? And the civil society and the activists, can we be involved when a curriculum for the training of the police are done? And are we able to influence how that curriculum comes out? So that we are proactive and we don't wait until our own people are indoctrinated through a training that is going to victimize our brothers and sisters and then favor somebody who looks like a colonizer. That is where the problem starts. So I think that is what I can react to, but all in all is that action. We can do all this, but if we are not united and we can activate the streets, then the authority will always be comfortable where they are, and they will want things to remain the way they are.
Let's appreciate Wycliffe. Finally, Emily.
Thank you so much. Let me first clarify that I'm not from the Law Society. I'm a private practitioner. I've just represented the Law Society in a suit, so I'm not from the Law Society. I'm aware Gloria Kimani was supposed to be here as a council member of the Law Society to answer questions to the Law Society. So I may really not give the position of the Law Society because I'm not a council member, nor am I a president of the Law Society. So let me clarify that. But as advocates, we have put our voice to the Law Society. We've indicated our displeasure with, of course we are aware our president has been nominated, but most of advocates have told her not to accept that position because it will taint her reputation. But I don't know what she will decide. You know, that's her personal decision. So I don't know whether she will take it or not. We are yet to hear from the Law Society on the position of this task force, whether they'll take that position or not. But I'm in a number of groups where advocates have expressed themselves and told our president not to take it. Because she's a lady of courage, she's led us, she has a very good reputation. Deal with the compensation of victims of demonstrations. So I'm not sure that they'll deal with the Kianjokoma brothers and even the 2007 elections. I think their scope is quite limited. For those others, I think some of the suits were filed in court, and maybe through activism and through these kind of networks, still those families can be helped, either through compensation, through court forums and legal channels, or through putting the government to account. Because even this compensation through the presidential task force has not just come easy, it's through activism. People have made noise about it, that these families ought to be compensated, and I think that's why the president had to extend that olive branch. With whether there are strings attached, we are not very sure. Now, how are we going to get prepared? Should there be silencing of dissent? I think the manner in which the Kenyan demonstrations of 2024 were carried out, that is like, should be a learning lesson in terms of how we need to get prepared. Yes, I'm speaking this, I'm also sensitive that there are governments or there are states where, for instance, in Uganda, Facebook has totally been shut down. Twitter has been shut down in Tanzania. In Kenya, we don't know what will happen during an election, whether they'll tamper with internet, so that then we are not able to get news. Maybe also television will be shut down. But even as that happens, I think through awareness, through these kind of movements, still we, the people, can control what happens. We need to create more awareness and be ready for that. Through these kind of forums, we need to prepare ourselves for that. So that how we raise awareness, people from the grassroots get information. I know Kenyans are very innovative. For instance, when they shut down the media, people are getting live coverage from elsewhere. There are many other platforms. If they shut down Facebook, we have alternatives. So we need to continue being innovative. And through activism, that can help the society by raising awareness of we need preparations to be done through such kind of forums. In terms of who will protect us, for instance, what happened to Albert Ojwang, who protects us? That's a very difficult question, let me admit it. But we have some organizations who can come in. We have the Law Society, for instance, and I'm very happy that during the demonstrations, we had even some NGOs that had given their numbers, like Amnesty International. I'm aware of, I don't know about ICJ, if you gave your number, Kenya Human Rights Commission. Those kind of organizations, when you feel you're in trouble, just get their number, call. The other alternative is also you can reach out to private lawyers. If you have anyone's number, you have counsel's number there or myself, and you feel you're in trouble, just, because you see the good thing with us as lawyers, sometimes we have strategy. If you go and you find that the environment is hostile, you can't help the client, you look for another alternative, even through demonstrations, so that now the police have to hear you. Or you post it at the Law Society, and then the Law Society picks it up. So we have those kind of channels. We even have the witness protection. If you have sensitive information and you feel like it is important information for a case that can be filed in court or which is active in court, and you feel like your life can be threatened, you can reach out also to the witness protection. It can assist. I think I've exhausted all the questions. If I might have forgotten any, yeah, you could remind me. And thank you so much for being, the audience was such involving. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate Emily. Thank you so much. We've come to a close of this session. And Bella, Emily, and Wycliffe, thank you so much for sharing with us those powerful insights and helping us peel back the mask. Please help me appreciate our panelists. Let's appreciate them better. Thank you so much. And to you, our audience, you've been a lively audience. Thank you for leaning in and also for contributing actively. Appreciate yourselves. So today, as we have concluded, we have heard that citizenship is not just a spectator sport. It is about participation, responsibility, and courage. And that social and political activism has reminded us that democracy must be defended every day, and that legal activism today has also highlighted that rights only exist when we insist on them. So the thread is very clear across the region, and that the region is at a crossroad, and that civic space is contested, but it is also alive with possibility. Our challenge is to transform reaction into strategy, protests into movement, and isolated voices into collective voices. Thank you very much. The panel gets to do a photo.
Thank you so much. I will not make a closing remark. I will only thank all of you for this marvelous day. I don't know where is Sheptum. She disappeared once again. She's the one we have to thank, all of us, for these two marvelous days. You know, when you are a chief of a service, when you are a commander-in-chief of a team, you are nothing without your colleagues, and you are nothing without all those small hands who behind prepare everything. So I want all of you to thank Sheptun. Someone will tell her what we did here. I want all of you to applaud for her, please. Sheptun is the proof that we have to rely on our youth. You know, the difficult situation of youth in Africa. Me, I'm coming from Cameroon. My president is 94 years old. And 94 years old. You understand very well. 94 years old. And he's still running for the next presidential election. The election of October 12, so in only 2 months. So by the grace of God, after his long mandate, he will be 101. You can imagine, he is the most old president in the world. And the situation of youth is very complicated in Cameroon. Me, I'm 45 years old, so I'm an old man. But in Cameroon, I can't speak. Because in Cameroon, I am a baby. So you can imagine the situation of all those Gen Z in my context. It will be very complicated. So when you find youth innovative as all those youth here, you have to be very proud. And you have to do your best to help them as you can to improve day by day their level and be able to take their part in the construction of our countries. So thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to all these young men and young women. It was a lot of energy today, and I'm very, very proud. I'm very, very happy. These programs are very innovative, and they are designed only for you and by you. We will give you all the information about the program. Sheptun will share with you all the information every day in our platforms and by email to inform you of every step of the program. I want to thank once again our consultant to have accepted to help us to build this important program. We decide to design a manual for this kind of training. I am the head of labs in Central Africa. I am the director, regional director for Central Africa. But there we experiment differently the training there, and we saw what was the weakness of our strategy. Is why we decided here in Eastern Africa to first design a manual who will help us every year by evaluation to improve our strategy of training. You have to be aware of all the information the Innovation Foundation for Democracy can share in our various platforms. I am here with the chief of the communication team of the foundation, Miss Arland, please. She's the one who managed all the platforms of the foundation under the leadership of Dr. Jean-Marc Segoun, our Director of Operation and Program. I would like to thank you once again for this marvelous day, and I want to share the mic, to give the mic to my boss, Sheptun. I don't know if she have some latest information. I want you once again to clap for her. She wasn't in the room. Thank you, boss. I give you back the mic.
Thank you so much, Richard. I'm sorry I wasn't in the room. I was attending to one of my guests. Yeah, because I feel like each one of you is very important and you all need personalized attention. So we've come to the close of our proceedings. And as mentioned earlier, we will have a networking cocktail. I've taken the contacts of some of you, and I'll be in touch on email on the program, on the next programs regarding democracy and legal activism. So thank you so much for coming, and have a blessed afternoon and a nice weekend from tomorrow. Asanteni sana.